Hey everybody, welcome to the Arcane Promise Session 4, where our intrepid heroes have found themselves at the foot of a scary, scary shrine cultist meeting to the dragon goddess Takhisis, better get known as Tiamat to the rest of creation. Let's take a second and meet everybody, and then let's just get into the action, because today's going to be a good session. I have a feeling that my esteemed players here are going to do some heroic, wonderful things, or we're all going to be laughing by the end. Let's go ahead and let's meet. Let's start off with Rick.
All right, hi everybody. I'm Rick with Rick Rolls America. I would have normally been traveling across the United States right now, but you know, pandemics being what they are, I am not, and I am playing Lassiter Lore Seeker today in the campaign.
And then we have our wonderful Culvert, better known as Clover in many places.
I am Clover. I am a scientist by day and a nerd by weekend, and I am playing Menon.
Not the same thing.
Scientist nerd. She changes glasses and coats.
Nice.
True, I have work glasses and home glasses.
She has a monocle she uses on the weekends.
While Jake is sitting there opening his mouth, let's have you be next.
Sure. So I'm Jake. I go by Oz at work for the most part. I am one of the owners at Alpha Mega Hobby, and I also work at Armor Class 10, doing nerd stuff full time. I don't. Yeah, there you go. That's some nerd stuff over there. Rick's got some nerd stuff going on. That's another one. I'm wearing one also. And that's that. I'm playing Typhon Sigma, the android monk.
And then another Bostonian, we have Ben.
Ben, I'm playing Grazakh, greatest bugbear ever to live. I'm a part-time hobby shop owner and manager with Jake, and full-time greatest bugbear that ever lived. So
that brings us to what was that, Jake?
Hailing from parts unknown.
Hailing from parts unknown. And then that brings us to Chris.
Hi everybody, Chris O'Neill from 9th Level Games. We make role-playing games, and in the other world, I'm just as big of a nerd. And in this game, I am Ixidor of the Electrum Tome, a 100-year-old kobold that's really into dragons.
And I am Bryan C.P. Steele of many, many different roads in the gaming industry. As of late, I am probably more familiar with, or being more recognized by my YouTube channel, Tales from a Professional Nerd, which is the sister channel to this game. And I am the DM, so I'm everybody else's characters. So, when last we met, we literally closed up shop with Theodore, the dragon cultist of some renown, who had shown you the way to this kind of clandestine meeting where a bunch of hooded individuals of various height were standing around what I revealed to you as a teleport circle. And he seemed, this of course after you saved him from the giant lizard man, who is also the bosun of the Hull Nasher, a ship currently docked into orbit around Halastoop. So let's just go ahead and have you start things off. Theodore is happy to just walk you straight in unless you say otherwise.
I want to check out this teleportation circle.
So no one's like holding back. Just walk down the stairs.
If I were to guess, based on our companions here, that's probably exactly what we would do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I 100% do that.
Yeah, he's not, and it's not like he's like running faster than you or anything like that. But when he sees that you guys don't hesitate, He picks these, kind of gathers himself up a little bit and says, brothers, sisters of the nest, my fellow hatchlings, I come with friends. They recently saved me from the clutches of the false dragons. And all of these cloaked individuals, whatever they were doing, they stopped and they kind of turned like toward the stairs and, huh? Okay.
Who's this acolyte?
Yeah, like, what's going on? And this is when you get to see that of the 10 people that are kind of standing around the ring, the various heights are, there's a couple of elves, there's a human, most of them are human, there's a couple of elves, one dwarf, so it is definitely a mixture of species. But the light that you guys are giving off, whether it's from your torches or Typhon's light blade or spells that are in play, several of them, but not all of them, their eyes shine back at you, almost like a cat's eyes in the dark, but not everybody.
Lots of cone structures.
Yeah, like they when they turn and look toward the light, it's like every once in a while, some of them have this like kind of predatory eyeball shine.
Are they all humans? Are they all like?
So there's some elves and some dwarves. I mean,
But they're all humanoid.
Okay.
This eye shine is not something that is indicative of dark vision. It's something different.
Yeah, definitely. And Theodore just walks down the stairs. His arms are wide, and says, "They saved me from the clutches of a horrible beast. The false dragons sent one of their worst, and he killed many of our brothers."
I left them; they were dead.
Well, they have been prepared for the next life, for their next stage of servitude.
Is there any indication that there's an arcane reason behind why their eyes have gone moon glow, like an owl's eyes?
Well, when you get closer, and like your light kind of washes and kind of joins with the subtle torchlight that they've got in the circle itself, the ones who had shiny eyes, they full on have reptile eyes.
Oh,
like there's a dwarf and he looks up to you and he's got like snake eyes.
They're literally transforming.
That's not good.
Good thing we just walked right in here with all of them, right?
Am I in a bag or am I on foot?
That is up to you. You guys did have to swim through the tunnel to get to the pool.
So I'm going to assume that I'm on foot. Then.
I would assume that you would not want to just be luggage during a swim.
I'm going to waddle over to the dwarf with reptile eyes.
He's got his hood up. They all have like those kind of leather or metal crafted masks that give them dragon snouts and things, but you can see their eyes through them. They're not like magical masks or anything.
So I kind of like waddle over and then like pull on his beard so he's like to look at me so I can get a really good look at his eye.
Yeah, he's like, yes, little brother.
And then I'm just trying to investigate his eye.
So go ahead and give me an investigation roll. Actually, give me a medical roll. Medicine.
Right. Medicine +2.
So go ahead and do your medicine roll, and if that is a 10 or better, you'll have advantage on investigation.
Chris is like, what has 2 thumbs and is the only thing that actually has draconic ancestry? This guy.
So a 13. So
okay.
So advantage on the investigation roll?
Advantage on the investigation, because you recognize that when you look at it, the outsides of the eyes, like where like kind of the iris meets the sclera.
Yeah.
He still has like dwarven sclera around the edges. Like his eyes aren't completely shifted.
Okay. So a 14 and a 16.
Yeah, he's in the middle of a you assume, you know, you understand the nature of like a polymorph, that a magical shift happens at a physical level, but not normally. It doesn't take time. This is
it's instantaneous.
It's like you're looking at a freeze frame of a polymorph. Like if someone said, this guy's turning into a lizard, this guy's turning into a snake, and they paused it right as his eyes started to change. Plus, perhaps some other features that you might not be able to see under his robed person.
Does it, does it look like a reptile eye, or does it look draconic?
It's definitely, they're definitely draconic.
Okay.
Yeah, they are circular as far as like the actual iris goes, and they've got that kind of like sort of flecks of some kind of color in them, and then the sliver part that if he was to feel particular emotions, they would widen.
Are all of these humanoids in the summoning circle?
No, they're standing around it. Like no one's inside the teleport circle. And actually, someone mentioned in the last game, someone asked about the sigils, because there are sigils written around the teleport circle.
Yeah, I thought Chris did. I thought he was trying to figure out like what kind of
with an arcane check at a DC 12, you can tell what those, because you speak the language that it's written in. You could tell where it goes.
Arcana?
Yeah.
I'm trying to actually use D&D Beyond the way it's supposed to be, because like if you just like click on your skill, it rolls in and adds your everything.
A little ad nod for the beta of D&D Beyond. You're welcome, Todd.
13.
All right, so the symbols, if you're reading it right, it says that it goes to the belly of the dragon.
Oh. That.
Now, one would assume that that's being figurative.
I don't know if I would assume that.
Well, you don't know of any living creatures that have teleport circles written on the inside of their gut.
Maybe it's a Dracolich.
Or unliving creatures. Typhon, there are several, like two of the elves and one of the humans are drawn to you. Like they are just, you are intriguing. Just as Ixidor is studying the dwarf, who is totally fine with it. Like if you like kind of gesture to like, hey, pull the hood down, he'll take it down and lift his mask up. You know, he's excited to be investigated by a diminutive dragon creature.
Yeah, well then I'm going to like give the full. I'm gonna like check everything.
Full physical. Turn your head to the left and cough.
We'll get back to you in a second. The ones that are interested in you, it is mostly because you are like they are. You're a golem, but not a golem. You know, you don't have any living parts on you, but you're obviously alive, and it's weirding them out, but in a curious way. Like they kind of there might be some poking. One of the elves says that, you know, like tells the other to stand aside because I'm an expert in these things, and then immediately goes at and like he's whispering to himself, you know, this doesn't make sense, you know. The gnomish architecture is ridiculous, you know. Like it's almost like he's trying to talk himself into disbelieving that you could exist. Okay. But you obviously do because you're right there.
He's like, I attempt to disbelieve.
I attempt to disbelieve the Warforged.
As long as they're not, you know, as long as I don't feel like I'm under any imminent threat, I don't care.
They're not hurting you by any stretch. No. Man,
Oh,
okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say your dragon mark is relatively visible, correct?
Yes, because I have short hair, so it's pretty much visible.
There is a light gray-skinned elf who, when he'll catch a glimpse of it, and will kind of stand in front of you, arms folded. Almost, it's like one of those, spill it, like
give me some info.
Yeah, and if you stand there and kind of shrug, like, whatever do you mean? He'll pull his neck aside, and you can see he had a dragon mark.
Oh.
It is now basically just a giant brand, like it's been scalded off.
Oh.
There's still a little bit of the glitter behind, like some of the little motes of magic ink, but like you can't tell like what mark it may have been. Whatever it was, they did a great job of getting it off his collarbone.
Interesting.
You also can see when he pulled the thing aside, like around the edges of his neck and like the shoulders, he has like the beginnings of scales.
Very interesting.
Like they almost look soft, like supple.
Like brand new ones after.
Like baby scales. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Baby scales.
Baby scales. Not that any of us have any scaly babies flying around, but you know what I mean.
You don't know.
You're not my real dad. You don't know me.
You know me. And you will have to set aside your previous allegiances if you are to join us in the shadow under her eternal wings.
So Ixidor's like checking all this stuff out, stops for a minute, looks over and looks at you and goes, like, that sounds interesting. I note it.
She will not accept those she will not fully accept those whose attentions are divided. Let that be known before you drink. And then goes back to like discussing something with the guy who's poking the Warforged.
So the 3 or 4 of them that are kind of looking me over, I will ask them. I'll say, I am query. I am seeking a large, I believe his species is referred to as Loxodon.
The dwarf that you're investigating, who by the way has like 3 or 4 of his fingers have claws on them, but not all of them. They're not quite there yet. And his back teeth have fallen out.
Interesting.
He has basically just like 2 ridges of front row teeth, and that's all he's got. When you say something about the Loxodon,
Bioforms are gross. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I don't know what you would say.
He looks away from Ixidor and he goes, "You know of the what are they calling him? The Pontalius, Pontius."
So I can't really shrug. So I will say affirmative.
He has already gone on to the belly of the mother, where he will be found. One hopefully accepting of her gifts, as he should. He knows so much.
So
that's when Theodore stops and goes, "So I was right. You did get him." Like he's excited. We weren't sure, and my friends here are also looking for him, and that's what I told them, that we were trying to save him, but I wasn't sure if he had been saved. My heart is bursting with appreciation for this news. And he turns to you guys and this is good.
So you're saying that our friend or this individual we're looking for has been teleported through this ring to the belly of the mother?
Well, that's what Claythos said. Yes.
Does Kratos have a last name?
I gave up my family and my clan to be here. My own
he's-
family is that of her wings.
Doing a dumb thing again. So, just making sure everything's together. It seems like you go through the teleportation circle to wherever we want to get to.
The abyss.
Goes somewhere.
It goes somewhere, and if Ixidor is correct, it says it goes to the belly of the dragon.
I'm assuming that's either the abyss or the first level of hell.
Or a ship.
I was thinking it's a hold of a ship.
And since we are in Spelljammer space, it could be a ship made out of a dragon, which is really weird, but cool.
Or in the shape of a dragon.
I was gonna say there is one of the Elven Armada ships looks like a dragon. It's gigantic.
So I ask our friend Theodore, is he ready to meet the mother?
As long as my brothers would allow me to, I would. I'm surviving the toils and the tests that I have so far, and bringing new friends.
Yeah,
Into
I grab
the
it. I grab
shadow
his
under her
hand.
wings.
I grab his hand
Oh, yes.
in friendship and say, "All right, come with me, friend," and I'm going to walk into the circle.
Okay. It doesn't activate automatically. Someone has to actually make it go.
They're fired.
But what'd you say? Did you say they're fired?
They're fired.
They're fired. He stands and he looks at the others, specifically the gray elf that was talking to Manon, and says, "I know they are untested, but they saved me." And he crosses his arm, like the elf crosses his arms. And he's like, "Others have had to do much more than simply not die to get further and to see the belly of the mother. Give us one good reason why, and then you may go." And he taps this ring that's got this purple gem on it.
So Typhon will walk over to the gray elf who just spoke, and I'll like sort of clomp over to him, and I'll look down at him, and then meaningfully look at his hand, and I'll say, "Demonstrate how this device works." I require more information.
Clockwork Toy, I've asked you to give me a reason why I should allow you into the inner sanctum of our faith, and you counter with riddles, with questions.
Show me how this device works.
Who owns this?
With riddles?
Whose is this? He looks to the rest of you.
Grazakh.
Typhon. I'm going to grab the elf by his forearm and lift him up. And
Okay.
walk towards the circle with him.
That's going to require you to make go ahead and make an initiative test to see if you are faster than him.
Okay.
And
And I'm not doing his attack. I'm not rattlesnake grabbing him. I'm just kind of being like,
I understand.
13 plus equals to 15.
All right, everyone else go ahead and roll initiative because he shocking grasps Typhon.
Oh.
Which doesn't affect me.
All
Well,
right.
he doesn't know that.
Sucker.
Sucker!
I got a 1, and I have a +2 modifier, so I got 3.
I'll be back.
12.
Oh, guys.
15 for Rick, for Lassiter.
Oh, hang on. Why is this messed up? All right. So, Manny, you got a 3?
Yep,
Great.
not doing well.
Okay, hang on a second. Something went wonky with. There we go. Oh, it's because I got to hit the button first. Okay. Grazakh,
22.
22.
Rolled a nat 20.
Holy
Good
crap.
job, brother.
Exeter.
12.
Typhon, you said you had a 16?
15.
15? Lassiter?
Everybody's
I also got a 15.
Also, you have a 15 as well?
everybody's ready to go, and Manon's just in the corner like, I'm not quite sure what to do here.
That's good.
All right. So technically, it is a surprise. Like basically, one of the cultist dude and Typhon do their action, and then we'll start the actual round. All right, and Typhon, you are. Hang on a second. I don't think you're immune to electricity.
I think that. Hang on, I gotta find my. What the hell is that under?
Because I know you are immune to disease and resistant to poison.
Constructed resilience. Oh no, I guess not. Yep, that seems weird to me. Yeah, okay.
All right.
Oh, I can do. I can do whatever it is. It's like my. What the heck is it called? Step of the wind. So if I want to do that, I can basically just spend a key point and then I dodge.
Yeah. Well, and,
but I don't care. I mean, he can attempt to do it. Like I'm not gonna.
okay. Well, and when you dodge, that gives him disadvantage on his trying to touch you.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't care. Like like I said, I wasn't doing it as an attack action.
Okay.
If he attacks me, I don't react. Like he can roll against me.
Okay. I gotta roll to. I'm gonna try to hit you first. Oh, which he does. So that will connect. And you will take 9 points of electrical damage.
Who cares?
Did you say who cares?
Yeah.
It seems not nice.
It's I will say as soon as that happens, Typhon automatically defaults to
Oh yeah,
combat.
I can't imagine that you'd be like, hey, why are you hurting me?
Yeah.
Which I had told them that basically it is going to be the two of you acting. So
okay.
he zaps you. You may continue to try and grapple him.
Yep.
As your kind of surprisey round stuff. So go ahead and roll to hit.
All right. That is a 22.
He is only AC 14.
Okay.
So that will definitely connect.
I'll say it first. Like, so Typhon was kind of reaching for his hand, like, show me how this device works. And then he zaps me, and he goes all angry, and then it's like, you are coming with me. And he goes all RoboCop, and I drag him, like I literally grab him by his arm and pick him up and just walk towards the circle with him.
Okay. Well, go ahead and
mistake flesh bag.
Go ahead and make a contested strength roll to see if his is not that high. No, that's terrible. Unless you rolled really bad, you've got him.
I got a 19.
Oh yeah, no, his 7 does not cut it. Yeah, so you've got him well grappled, and you may move half your speed as he's kind of struggling at you.
Okay.
Let me go. Stop them. They're infidels. Which brings us to the top of the order. Grazakh. All right. So because of how I have this encounter set up, now that you kind of the concept of going, so he has the elf guy grabbed kind of by the arm. Theodore and Lassiter are in the circle currently. There is a human, a dwarf. Are there 2 humans, a dwarf, and another elf that I would consider to be combatant cultists? Basically, the ones that are going to draw weapons and come at you guys. The other, 4 or 5 cultists, as soon as their initiative comes, they bolt. They are not high enough in the cult to, like, one of those, we're here to worship, we're not here to get possibly killed by bugbears.
But they're like, my mom said that I need some extracurriculars to flesh out my college application. So
looks really good on my university app. Serves an evil dragon god.
What's the biggest one in the room?
One of the dwarf that he was Cletha, the one that he was investigating, looks like he could probably handle himself.
And he's clearly a combatant.
Yeah, when Typhon went to go grab the other, and then there was the zapping, he's ready to go, and he has drawn a scimitar.
And Ixidor would probably be in danger from a dwarf with a scimitar, yeah?
Yeah. As far as, which, Ixidor, that is somewhat disconcerting.
Oh, yeah.
But you can tell because you're standing right in front of him. You don't know whether or not he's actually counting you as an enemy.
Sure.
Well, we got news for him.
Like he's not even looking at me, right? Like he's
he's looking over his shoulder at what's going on over by the circle, and has drawn his scimitar.
Grazakh will finish shoving his snails in his mouth and go, "No one wants to do things my way till it's time to do things my way." I'm gonna go charge the dwarf because it's clearly a threat to Ixidor.
All right, you may roll to hit. You guys are all in close quarters to one another.
I hit a 17.
He is only an AC 15. That is enough to hit him. You will note that under his robes, that one actually, I didn't get a chance to he didn't undress for Ixidor. That one actually legitimately has like scales over several portions of his squishy parts.
And I hit him for 10 damage with my club.
Whoa! All right. Ow.
Yeah.
That sucked. The two elves get to go on 19. The one that is not currently grappled is going to move. Man, Grazakh, you just did a number on his friend.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Yeah, he's going to move, so he's basically... You're going to get an attack opportunity. Same thing with Ixidor, if you want, because he's going to try and run past the two of you to try and flank you, Grazakh, because these cultists have pack tactics and fanatical advantage. Once per turn, he can choose to have advantage on one of his swings.
Oh, good.
So, and like he starts saying things in Draconic, about your blood will feed the will feed one of the heads of the mother. Your flesh will feed her children.
This is the other elf.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the people who know Draconic, that's some profane, like unholy spell type shit.
And we get an attack of opportunity on the elf or the dwarf.
The elf. The dwarf has not done anything.
Right.
So the elf that's moving from an attack of opportunity, it's just a standard melee attack?
Basically anything that is a reaction you can do. So it's either a standard melee attack, or if you have a spell that's a reaction, you can crank that in.
Casting time reaction?
Yeah. Very few of them are offensive, so there's I think there's a cantrip called Trip that it was in one of the books that is basically an attack of opportunity of, I can't hurt anybody, but I can make you fall down.
Yeah, I'm not going to take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Grazakh most certainly will.
I
hit a 13.
No, he ducks under your thumping stick, and pops up on the other side and takes two swings with his scimitar, one of which will have advantage.
Oh, jeez.
Again, muttering these dark and horrible things. You don't. Thankfully, Grazakh, it's just a bunch of noise to you. But but the people who do know Draconic, it's almost like they're saying prayers to themselves to get them all pumped up. Okay, advantage does nothing if you roll a 1 and a 2. But the other one's going to hit on a 24.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's not a crit, so that's
barely hits me.
Solid hit. Barely hits. For 6 points of damage. And he says in common, which that's when you can tell that you can see like almost every like third tooth in his mouth is sharp. And he says in kind of a lispy common, stand down and just take what's coming to you. Lassiter on a 15.
All right.
Oh, I got the other elf is going to try and squeeze out of your. He's going to try and get out of your grasp, Typhon. So you got to make a make a strength roll. Make a good one, because he's instead of trying to overpower you, he's going to worm his way out, and it feels like his bones are bendy.
Not today. That's a 20 plus my +4.
What's your strength mod?
+4. So a 24.
You beat him by 1.
Wow.
So I rolled a 19, and he's like, I just like nope.
I rolled a nat 20, and then I was like, oh cool, like with my bonus it's a 24. So
yeah, so he tried to wriggle out, and you kind of triple jointed your fingers, and he did not make it. Now Lassiter.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do, because Typhon is now in the circle. Who else is technically in the circle?
The gray elf, Theodore, and that's it. So far, everybody else is kind of standing around.
Okay, so I'm gonna to my companions. I'm gonna say, get in the circle, everybody. This is gonna be a wild ride. And I walk up to the elf that Typhon is holding on to.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my ring of mind shielding, which none of you know I have.
It's shielded from your minds.
And I'm going to push my thoughts into that elf's mind.
Okay.
And tell him if he wants his brothers and sisters to survive this day, he's going to need to activate that ring, and I cast Charm Person. Kind of go the whole Vulcan mind meld, just kind of like slap him up across the head, cast the spell into him while I'm like penetrating his mind with my own.
All right.
And dirty like.
Penetration. All right. What is the DC on your Charm Person?
My DC on my Charm Person is, hold on. It's kind of low. It's the 12.
Okay, yeah. Combined with the fact that he's also an elf.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping that maybe the Ring of Mind Shielding would help like mod that a little bit, but it doesn't. But
yeah,
it just sounds cool roleplay wise.
You cast the spell, and he gives you a glare, and says, "If you kill me, you're going nowhere."
I didn't say I was going to kill you, but if you want your friends to survive, again, this is all in his head, and I'm screaming it, so it's probably giving him a headache. Wait for my companions to enter the ring and activate the spell.
Typhon, you are also on a 15.
all right, so this guy is still. I still have this guy in my grasp. Can I do another action, or do I have to just like grapple him?
No. So when you have someone grappled, there's an assortment of actions you can take. You can either move at half speed with them if you are currently overpowering them. You can attack them with any kind of light weapon, or in your case, unarmed attacks. So basically, you have somebody grappled, you can go, while you're hitting yourself. And you can like search their pockets. Like you can pilfer off of their person. If you manage to maintain control of them, but with the exception of the attack actions, everything else that you do gives them a chance to try and scoot out of it, because you have to basically alter your hand to try and do stuff.
All right, so I'm going to look at Lassiter. Like, do you know how to activate this device?
That's a great question. I don't know the ring. I'd probably have to attune to it. It'd probably take some time.
All right, so I'm going to just shake the wizard and be like, activate this device, and like literally like I'll roll for bashing him.
Smash him. Bam, bam, bam.
I'm just gonna I'm not quite Hulk with Loki, but I'm going to sort of give him a good shaking and be like, activate this device.
Not yet.
So are you're doing your unarmed strikes effectively?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. That's funny. I love that. Activate this device. Do it.
Now, flesh bag. So I got a 16 and an 11.
So the 11 doesn't technically hit. Where I mean, it seems silly that it doesn't hit, but it just doesn't have enough force to do damage.
Okay.
But the first one definitely connects.
All right, so that's plus this plus 6.
Algebra there.
So he takes 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Oh no, sorry, it's regular damage for me.
What's up?
It's regular damage. Sorry.
Well, it's still bludgeoning. It's either slashing, piercing, or it still falls under a category of damage. All right, so that is 15 on a 14. The dwarf will turn and give a couple of slices to Grazakh, try and return the favor, and will look at Ixeter and say, now's your time. Choose your side. Man, that is not helpful. 14 hit, Grazakh? Yeah, no. Even with 2 sets of advantage, those dice were garbage. Just he's too busy worried about Ixeter to really fight with any kind of
worried about me.
Yeah, yes, he is. He's heard of the mighty Grazakh.
Hey.
On a 13, the human loads up a crossbow and takes a shot. At this point, he's got 3 potential combatants. I'm going to randomize it. Typhon, you are the attempt. So he does not get advantage or anything weird. He just takes a shot. Oh, God. It's almost like he that was a warning shot. That was terrible. It went flying like a foot over your head. Just
He's like, I'm warning you. I know how to use this thing.
Yeah, I'm homing in on you. Ixeter on a 12.
I'm going to step into the circle.
He obviously does not take any. None of the cultists take any attacks of opportunity to get at you.
And then I'm going to raise my hand and heal Grazakh. I'm actually going to use 2d6.
Ooh, all right. Oh yeah, because your path gives you like healing light.
Healing light. I can heal as a bonus action anyone within 60 feet.
All right. How much do you give 2d6 to Grazakh? Go ahead and roll it.
A 5 and a 6.
All right. You are bathed in the brilliant light of God. What's the
Paladine?
Paladine, the Krynnish name for Bahamut. Which I'm going to give some religion rolls to our dear friends.
Yeah.
See if they recognize the holy light. No, they are way too worried about the clockwork toy that's tearing apart their leader. All right.
That also makes sense.
Manon on a 3. Oh, on a 3. It's so sad.
So everybody in our party, with the exception of Grazakh, is now inside the teleportation circle, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to finally step into the circle, right up to the elf who had spoken to me earlier with the burned away dragon mark.
That's who Typhon is holding.
Yes.
Okay.
Is he squirming or is he like pinned?
Oh no, he's trying to get his arms out from around he's like he would really love to be able to cast spells. It would make him very happy if he could cast spells right now.
So I'm just gonna lock eyes with him, and so I'm gonna cast I'm gonna cast dissonant whispers, but I'm basically going to center them around the thought and the concept of the experience of burning away that dragon mark.
He hates what you're doing.
So here, hold on, I need to look up what that is. So he needs to take a wisdom save. So it's a 13.
And he does not have advantage on this roll because it is not considered charmed. Nope. That's awful. All right, what does it do?
So that's 4d6 psychic damage.
How about
I root myself from his mind.
you started hearing the you're like, nope, I'm out.
Oh, they're not great numbers. So that's 10, 13, it's 14 damage.
That's pretty freak to me.
He goes limp in your grasp. Typhon.
Okay, awesome.
He says some things, some nonsense words kind of bubble out of his mouth, and he goes limp.
So I will look at Manon and be like, will this flesh bag activate the device now?
He is temporarily incapacitated.
Power saver mode.
All right.
He's rebooting.
Grazakh, you're the top of the order.
I am going to smack the dwarf with my club, and then hopefully use my action surge to give the elf a little death on as well.
Ooh, action surge. He's using abilities.
I have an ability, guys. I did 20, so on the dwarf.
Yeah, that hits.
And I have to reroll because I rolled a 2 for damage.
Oh, because of
5 damage.
how much?
6, excuse me, 6.
That brings him evenly to 0. Do you wish to knock him out, or is this a killing blow?
Killing blow.
All right. Dwarf, he's dead. You smash, like you hit him on the side of the head, and a bunch of those flat ridge teeth come flying out, and he sort of like face plants into the ground. Spreading pool.
Hard, quick turn. You're next. A 13 again, so that misses him.
Yes, that misses the elf. He deftly like bends at the waist, like he's got like flexible spine that's like 3 or 4 vertebrae too long.
Elves.
Which actually comes to him then. He no longer has flank, so pack tactics does not help him. So only one of his attacks. Doesn't have advantage. So yeah, no, it's just going to be straight up swings.
Probably hit here.
What's up?
He'll probably hit here now that he doesn't have any modifiers.
Well, yeah. One of them does. For another 5 points of damage. He does the like flash. He just like darts in and gives you a little stab on the shoulder. That guy's dead. Lassiter.
All right. So how many opponents are in the ring of teleportation with us now?
None. Just the limp elf.
Oh, cool. Everybody else is dead?
In the circle.
Did
there is a human with a crossbow who's on the outskirts still, and there's another elf that's currently kind of going toe to toe with Grazakh.
And Theodore is doing nothing, correct?
Theodore is standing right next to you, and is like gobsmacked. He's just like, what? No!
How did this go south?
This isn't supposed to happen this way.
Right. Okay. Crepes.
I was supposed to drink today.
Well,
Today was be my day.
All right. I don't. I mean, everything I want to do is kind of based upon the individual that's currently incapacitated. So I'm just gonna tell Theodore to go back to the center of the ring, and I just wait. I'm just gonna wait to see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, Theodore is he's considered to be a non-combatant because
He's just
well, no, he's also out of most of his stuff because of the fight with the giant lizardman.
He had already.
Yeah, he had already kind of spent most of his things. He could throw a firebolt or two, but he has already, if you remember, he has already seen you guys in action, and he's not ready to be like, yeah, okay, let me just throw my life away.
Right.
Typhon is also on a 15.
Okay, so all the combatant dudes are out of it at this point.
There is a human that fired a crossbow at you, and there is an elf that is doing a little blade dance with Grazakh.
And the elf that I'm holding is unconscious now.
He went limp. Whether you know he's unconscious or not, that is another matter.
I'll withhold. I'll go at the end of the round.
So somebody used some dark cerebral magic to make his brain bleed.
Yes. So good.
Stupid first act.
So what are you doing, Typhon?
I will withhold. I'll go at the end of the round.
All right, you're like you're just kind of holding this guy, like, which is now crossbow guy. Crossbow guy is going to. He is a fanatic, so he is going to have advantage on this. But this is a determination on whether or not he should withdraw.
Smart.
He's not smart enough to withdraw. He's like, no, we can still take him. Cletho, get up, regenerate your face. Man, he has a terrible shot. All right, so another crossbow bolt goes wide, out into the darkness. And
I'm really not good at that.
No, my dice are awful. And you know what? He will put it away. He will put the crossbow away and pull out his scimitar because they get more benefits if they're on the same person. So we'll see what happens. Ixodora 12. You're in the circle. You can feel it tingling on your feet.
Ted, do you know how to use this ring?
Only the Dragon Claw tells us where to go.
The Dragon Claw being the man that
he points at the elf.
I'm going to go take that ring.
Okay.
That guy's finger.
He does not resist. One might say he can't resist.
So in 5th edition with a ring like this, like
it pops right off. Like it doesn't no resistance or anything.
I don't have identifier or anything like that. Is that
I do.
Oh, that's good.
That's a spell I took for my 4th level.
It's not really in my bailiwick.
This could be merely a coincidence, but the gemstone on that ring is the same purple as the sigils on the circle. Could be a coincidence.
I'm going to put the ring on.
Okay. It's big because it's sized for a larger person. So it'll like fit on your thumb, and you kind of have to like kind of crook your thumb to make sure it doesn't fall off.
I hold it in my hand like an action figure.
Like a Lego guy.
A Lego guy holding a ring.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that big. But yeah, you don't get any weird feelings. There's no like surge of power that goes through you or anything like that. He doesn't turn invisible. It's not that kind of game. Yeah, no, you're wearing a ring currently. Manon?
Well, I don't know what to do. The immediate problem has been solved. There's the two idiots who are trying to fight Grazakh. But I feel like Grazakh would be upset if I took the glory of killing them away.
That's an interesting perception. Grazakh insists that he was the one that killed them.
So I think I will just go over to Ixidor and take a look at the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Since it is a ring with some sort of tie to the teleportation circle, would I have any sort of reason or likelihood of an Arcana check giving me any knowledge about how the ring would work?
I was actually going to request one for you anyway when you got over near said ring.
Awesome. So that is a 12 plus 4 for 16.
So that little gemstone, that little chip, that's a chip of a kyber shard. These are the kind, like you especially your family. You have seen teleportation circles in use since you were a child. They're used for often moving heavy objects that you don't have the right kind of people to move from point A to point B. So instead of hiring a wagon, you just find the closest teleport circle, link your circles up, and then you hire someone to move it from that circle to the place. So it's an easier little, instead of going cross country, you go cross city. Yeah, basically that ring is just effectively, it's just an activation key. Now all the people that you knew that had it, they were always like dock masters and things that would have the keys to the circle. But they're not legitimate magic items. They're magical, but they're not like, you don't need them to be attuned or anything like that. Effectively, you just need to know where to turn the key to make it go.
Okay.
That's it. And that has to do with the sigils.
Oh, okay. So I relay what I know about the ring and its use to Ixidor.
It may have to be out of combat rounds because you only have 6 seconds to pass that information around.
Verbal diarrhea at Ixidor.
Grazakh, top of the order. You got an elf and you have a human that's looking at you like he's gonna come over and he wants some of that pickle baron.
Right in the pickle barrel.
19 hits the elf, yeah.
She did a massive poop and she peed like 3 times.
19 to hit, yeah.
Oh God, yeah. It was you're on the elf still?
Yes.
He is an AC 15.
Okay. And I hit him for 10 points of damage.
Ow.
Hey, Brian, did you skip me?
No, you withheld your action, remember?
Yeah, I thought I can go at the end of the round.
No, that's a contingency action. That's you have to say what you're going to do if someone else does something. The elf will fight back now. Oh, but he doesn't have. You know what? Speaking of contingency actions, seeing that his human friend is going to come over soon, the elf is going to do a contingency action of his fanatical advantage multi-attack scimitar. That's hard to say. With pack tactics, it's a lot going on. He's going to wait to take that action until the human on an initiative of 13 walks over and gets into the position to be able to do so. So that guy's dead. That guy's unconscious. That guy is here. Lassiter. Oh. Well then, Lassiter has gone invisible. So while we're waiting for Lassiter, we'll give Manon a little more detail about what you know about teleportation circles and rings, just kind of old childhood memories. Basically, the sigils on the ring, whoever, it's either somebody who knows how to cast the spell, the teleport others or mass teleport or whatever, If they know how to do it, they can just use that as the physical, like the components. They don't need anything else. They just get everybody inside the circle and go, okay, we're going to go to the place that I know. So you can just go to someplace else. But it allows non-magical people to use the key ring effectively to go to a specific linked location based off of the sigils. Now, you will have to figure out which sigil goes where. It's possible that this circle only goes to one place. It also could be, because there's like 13 sigils around the thing, it could have 13 different places it's keyed to. That's where you would have to maybe do some deciphering, some investigation, that sort of thing. Or it could just be all of the sigils are programmed to go to one spot. All right, Lassiter, you're up.
All right. So have we been given any of this information, Menon? Or is she still holding that?
Not yet, because she just got that information like 3 seconds ago.
All right. So on my turn, being standing right there as well, seeing her investigate it, what have you learned?
Oh, all right, so you can offload roughly 6 seconds worth of chit chat.
Yeah.
All right. So in that parlay, I would almost say, can you pry the sigil code from the mind of this elf? Like, it should be, if they recently transported the grift to a certain area, perhaps it's still fresh on the surface of their mind that you could just go, here, let me get that real quick.
Normally, yes, but I'm out of spell slots.
Ah!
of that level.
It is within my capabilities.
just not right now.
Okay. And as a side eye, I mean, so conversation do that, but as a side eye, I'm going to be like, I'm going to take a dagger and I'm going to chuck it at the stupid crossbow guy that's starting to enter into the melee range.
Awesome. All
like,
right.
I'm sitting there, so tell me a little bit. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, now where were we?
Hang on 1 second. Yeah, go ahead and make a ranged attack roll.
All right. All right. It is going to be an 11.
An 11. So you fling it at him, and he, like, either maybe he's still wary about, because he was shooting arrows or crossbows at you a second ago. Maybe he still had an eye, but he sees you cock back, and he like kind of ducks and runs forward, and it goes over his shoulder.
Smart. That was a good idea for him to do that.
Typhon on a 15. Oh, you're muted currently, buddy.
And here I thought he was just lost in thought.
No, I was talking to my wife for a second. So the guy with the crossbow is now in melee range.
He's not quite there. He at a 13, he will join melee with Grazakh. He is not yet in melee.
I will. I don't want to let this idiot go, because I feel like that he could potentially wake up at any moment. You know what I will do? I will launch a dart out of my right arm.
All right. So you will take a ranged attack action at the human.
Yeah, I think I can shoot. I can shoot 2. So
yeah.
Yep. Nope. That's not happening. 5 and a 6. So not so much.
So yeah, apparently this guy is wily, or maybe it's just the whipping winds in this cavern that you didn't know were there before. Which brings us to a 13. So he now joins. He becomes the other side of the pack tactics. He will take his actions, and then the elf will take his actions. So there's going to be a ton of swings coming at you, Grazakh. Welcome to the Cuisinart. Yep, that's 2 hits. One of them, because they had an advantage, does an additional 2d6 damage because of the fanatical advantage. That's a lot. 9, 13 plus 3, 16, and 7, so 23
That's a lot.
from the human. He did the right thing by changing over from crossbow.
Yeah, apparently. 27?
23. That does not put you down yet, if I've got my math right.
Does not.
It sucked.
Oh, that's
And then the elf takes his contingency action to basically mimic what the human just did. Maybe not in all the numbers. 1 is definitely a miss. Only 1 will hit.
Can I use a bonus action right now?
Not use a bonus action. You could use a reaction if you have a suitable thing that allows for that reaction to happen.
Bonus action. So,
Yeah, bonus actions happen on your turn.
Okay.
Talking about the second wind? Yep. All right. You got lucky on that one. So that's another 8.
8.
Yeah, it was 3d6 damage that came up with a total of 8.
I have myself at 1. What do you have?
After the healing word. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, so they close in on Grazakh, and it is just fur and blood flying in different directions, and draconic curse prayer. And Theodore looks, he's looking at Lassiter, and it's like, this could have been this could have been avoided. But the machine, and he points over at Typhon.
Is he talking to me?
Yeah,
Fool.
you guys are friends. You're best friends.
We're best buddies. I was like, so what I tell him is like, you know what? There are other paths other than the path of Tiamat that one could take, and maybe today you're learning today that this was not your path. There are other dragons that you could be talking about. I mean, look at Ixidor here. Ixidor obviously is a great follower of his own dragon path. Maybe that's where your mind should be.
Speaking of Ixidor,
I am going to cast Cure Wounds. Can I get to Grazakh?
Yeah, no one's gonna. At this point, you have not been combatant. The cultists, they don't necessarily see you as a threat. Not that sounds bad.
I mean, that's an accurate
No,
statement.
kobolds are threatening. It's just they're not sure which side of this you're on.
I totter over to Grazakh and touch, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds, which will be, let's see, 2d8 plus 3, 10.
All right, that feels better. And then
you have a couple of Are you still in a bad way?
I'm at 11, but all action starts from right round. And that should take me to.
Yeah. Okay.
Manon on a 3.
Are the 2 combatants done?
Yeah, they did their God's work. That's for sure.
No, I mean, are they dead?
They're not dead. They're still standing.
They're still standing.
They're
Okay.
far from it. They're. I mean, one's taking a bit of a clobbering, but they're still up and about.
Is there a way that I can get within them, but not next to anybody else?
Just like by next to one of them.
I mean, next to both would be awesome.
The only way you'd be next to both is if you were standing where Grazakh is.
Oh, okay. So it's not that then.
Well, you could stand right next to Grazakh and be within 5 feet of either of them.
Then I would hit Grazakh, and that would kill him. And I would prefer to not do that. So I am going to do this instead. I'm just going to cast Chaos Bolt on the elf, I guess.
All right.
So I think that's just a straight roll +6.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you're just basically making a spell attack roll.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a +6 to hit. So that's a 16.
He is an AC 15, so that was a good connection. Chaos Bolt streaks out of your hand. So it looks like colors and like liquid and rock, and it's all kind of tumbling through the air, doing different shapes, and it's disgusting. At one point, it looks like an eyeball.
Yeah, and it's 2d8 plus 1d6, so that'll be fun. So it's 9 damage, and one of those gets to be the type. Let's do the 6 as the type, and that is poison. So it's 9 poison plus 1d6, I think.
Yep.
Yep. So that is 4. So that's
all right. So this kind of like somersaulting. It looks like it's an eyeball for a second, and then it's this green light, and then it's this ooze, and right before it hits, it like opens up like a mouth and bites him right on the side of the neck, and just sort of like disappears into the wound. His skin turns this like kind of like sort of jaundicey yellow, and the scimitar falls out of his hands, and he just sort of like kind of clutches at Grazakh, and then just goes stone dead.
I didn't know I could do
that. Which brings us to the top of the order, Grazakh.
First things first, I'm going to action or healing search for 10.
Second, that's a good use of second wind. He's like, all right.
And then I am going to try and smash this human with my club.
Who is now by himself and dramatically less useful.
I hit a 16.
He is only a 14.
And I hit him for 9.
All right, there's a solid whump. You hit him in the rib cage, and his body bends in a funny angle. Like again, remember how he was dodging people before because he was like kind of like bendy. You realize that his rib cage and like pelvis are all sort of one big kind of muscle sheath.
Ew.
Lassiter on 15.
That guy's still up?
Oh yeah, he hit him, but it was like
Ridiculous.
it's like he bent with the blow and then kind of snapped back in place.
So is he's within 30 feet, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
This
I'm
whole
going
shrine's
to.
only about 35 feet wide.
I look at Manon because I'm sure our conversation was still kind of going on there in that 6 seconds, right?
I love your guys' conversation. You're talking about the teleport circle, and he's like, "Hang on," throws a dagger. You guys go back to talking about the circle, and she's like, "Hang on, chaos bolt." You know,
Right. So I'm gonna go
there's
like,
this other fight going on.
I'll be right back, and I dash to get into a flanking position because the roguish way, and we're just gonna go ahead and finish this guy off. I'm gonna look over at shoulder at Grazakh and go, "Sorry, bro."
It's like a prison lunch line in here. He's just stabbing him in the kidneys.
All right. Awesome. 13.
Oh, so yeah, it's that bendy, scaly torso. You go to give him a stab, and you can hear it go ding, 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 and it like cuts up the back of his robe, because instead of going in, it slides up against his skin, and the robe opens up, and you can see just this like row of blue scales.
Okay. My rapier just kind of clink.
Yep. You opened up the back of his clothing, but it didn't, instead of going in, it kind of bent upwards.
I'm gonna mimic at that point. I'm gonna mimic Typhon's voice using my acting ability and be like, does not compute.
Speaking of Typhon, on a 15.
All right, so I'm going to drop this unconscious clown, and I'm
Sack of
going
potatoes.
Yeah, and I'm going to move up and engage this guy, and I'm just going to swing twice.
Okay.
And then depending on what happens, I might spend a key point to do another attack. So
Gotcha.
I was waiting for you to use him as a monk weapon.
oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, could I? I'll swing the unconscious body at him.
You would risk killing your captive.
Okay. All right. So I got a 19 and a 25.
Yes, those hit.
Yes.
Well, actually, strangely enough, the 25 doesn't. Goes back around to the other side.
That's super weird. So
The Atari rules.
he takes 18. He takes 18 total.
What was after the first one?
He took 9 and then 9.
All right, so the first one is enough to. Do you want to? Is this a death or an unconscious?
No, I'm killing this guy.
Yeah, the first one was enough. The basically you lay into it, and whereas all of these other things have been like bending around or glancing off of these scales, you're like, it's only the scaly part is in the middle. Up here by the neck is fine. Boom. He's just like, and falls backwards, turns blue, and is very dead. And that will bring us out of initiative, as that the only person, Theodore, is not fighting, and the only person who is alive is unconscious.
We traumatized Theodore.
What? No, he's fine.
Yeah, Theodore's like, I didn't want any of this to happen.
Typhon stomps up in war mode with his red eyes and goes, "We have saved you again."
You are welcome. All of the things that we've seen that have been scaly and all, have all the scales been blue?
No,
they've been all different colors.
they've been all chromatic.
Yes,
Have
they've
they
all
all been-
chromatic, but all different colors.
Yeah.
I'll say,
Red, green,
have
blue.
they all been different colors?
No, the one guy, the dwarf that had him around his neck, he had some blue and a little bit of green.
Okay. So not consistent.
Yeah.
So not consistent, and not like this guy clearly got the red and then this guy clearly got the blue.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe the transformation doesn't know where they're going to end up.
I can dig that.
All right, so between Ixidor, Lassiter, and Man on Him, have the three of you figured out how to activate this device?
So I'm guessing we kind of figured it out, but we just don't know the destination, how to activate to go to a specific point, and we
Yeah.
yeah.
The runes are a location, and you just need to figure out whether each of the runes are keyed or if there's one rune keyed. So I don't know if Ixidor can tell that with the detect magic, or if he can tell that by reading the runes.
Well, the runes were in Draconic, right?
Yeah.
And they all together spelled out
They all together spelled out the belly of the
Belly of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
These runes are one statement.
they're one statement as far as like written language goes. Now, it's possible that each letter, or because of the 12 symbols, it could be that the D in dragon is the one that goes to this place. The A in this. So there's really, without knowing what's keyed to what, it's kind of a crapshoot. Like a roll of D12 kind of crapshoot.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, that seems bad.
Yeah.
But I think we should investigate this. But I don't know about everybody else, but Hardy could use a rest.
I could definitely use a rest.
Same. But if we decide that we want to take a rest now, I do have one spell slot left, and I could actually cast Identify. I don't know if that would actually help focus our understanding of the ring, but maybe.
The ring isn't magical.
Okay.
It's just, it's a focus for non-magical people to be able to use a transportation circle.
Okay.
So the ring isn't as important as knowing where the transportation circle goes.
Right. Theodore, does this go, do you know, does this go anywhere other than the belly of the dragon?
It's the only place I've ever gone.
Has anybody else ever gone anywhere else?
Or come from other places?
I can't speak for my fellow nestlings. I don't know.
Nestlings.
Oh, I also have so many questions regarding their state of transformation.
But I
It's
can't.
not a magical item per se. What you're saying, Manon, but it is a magically imbued object, though.
It has a magical dwimmer to it. Yes.
All right, so
But it's not actually a magic item. It's
right, so
it's a magic item in the same way that like the healing potion you buy at the general store is.
okay, so it says here that I can choose one object that I must touch during the casting. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, I learned its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any.
Okay. It does not require attunement to use. The charges, there are no charges. Teleport circles are generally just used by many folks many times over. And then the how to use is basically you wear it on a hand and you go to the edge of the circle, and wherever the sigil is on the edge of the circle, you kind of like push it against the thing and effectively like kind of give it a twist, and whoop, circle goes to where the sigil goes.
I relay that information because that's new.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, in theory, anybody could use it.
Well,
In Typhon.
but I'm not gonna. But I'm only gonna say that it would appear that only someone who is really so in subterfuge to mess with Theodore's head is. It would appear that this ring can only be used by someone who is truly devout to the dragon gods. I look at Manon and go, wink, wink.
Right. I look at him like,
What? So Ixidor is probably going to be the only one that will be able to activate it among our companionship here.
Well, I could do it.
Who said that?
Theodore.
No. You said the dragon's claw could do it. You are not the dragon's claw.
I shouldn't do it.
Right. So because you're not the dragon's claw.
No, but I'm capable.
You're super devout to the cause of the dragon, right?
I would die for her.
Wow, we need to change that whole dynamic.
I mean, all of us will, and it's why when he wakes up, I don't think he's going to be very helpful.
Oh, that's okay. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, because I think Manon has a way of figuring some stuff out.
Well, I can't in good conscience let you. Something has to be done.
You're right. Typhon, could you put him to sleep, please?
And Theodore?
Yes.
So you're gonna start bonking Theodore?
Why do you want me to? So before I do it, I will look at Lassiter. Why?
Because obviously he's going to be an issue until we can get ourselves rested. He's going to be a thorn, and we don't need to kill him, but we can knock him out for a little bit.
I don't need to rest.
But I don't want to say that out loud. I'm going to now use my ring of mind shielding to press into your thoughts so that.
So I don't need to rest. So I'll keep an eye on them.
I just don't want to hear him talk anymore. That was just.
All right, so there is no aggressive action being taken towards Theodore.
Nope.
All right.
so I pull Ixidor over to the side, and using what Lassiter shared with the group and what I know of how teleportation circles and how the ring works, I suggest to him that if he runs his hand with the ring on it over the various runes, he might be able to feel where the key would activate. He doesn't necessarily need to activate it, but he can tell whether multiple locations are keyed into the circle or if there's just one.
That's a solid. I would allow someone to take an investigation roll with that.
All right, I will do so.
That's good. I think that is wise.
Investigate. That is a 9. It's a 5 plus 4.
It's not hard to determine which sigils have kind of a. It's almost like if you're putting two magnets,
right?
Like they want to click together.
A little bit of a push.
Yeah. And so you kind of walk around the circle, and there are only 3 sigils that have a kind of a connection point. So you have brought your percentage down dramatically. Instead of 1 in 12, it's 1 in 3.
The better odds, still not great.
So you 3 still need to rest, correct?
A short rest will do nothing for me. So unless it's a long rest, it's not worth it for me.
Right.
Man, go ahead and give me a history check. I'm going to give you advantage on it because you were already thinking about this stuff earlier. I'm going to recall something from your childhood. Non-traumatic, of course.
The higher roll is a 19 plus 2 for a 21.
So you remember, like, there's a scene of on the docks, like where the teleport circle, where the goods were being teleported away to, that you don't have to be teleported with the stuff. A lot of times, the foreman would stand outside the circle and teleport things to where they're supposed to go.
I have an idea, and we have some very handy dead bodies.
Yeah, but how does that help us? We still won't know where they went. Unless there's a way to bring stuff back.
That would require activation from the other side.
From the other side.
I was just letting you know that that's something that you remember.
So again, I think we're all in agreement that we're going to take a rest.
I vote for yes.
All right, a short rest is an hour. A long rest is more than that.
I need a long rest too.
I need a long rest as well.
Okay, and you guys have been at it and fighting and spelunking and the like. So I would think that your characters would easily be able to take such a rest if you would choose to do so.
Yes.
Before we do that, though, let's
Not in the circle.
Not in the circle. Yes. Obviously, it's nice that we have a Typhon that can watch it. But we need to rifle through all of the cultists' stuff.
Ibs.
Because we haven't done that.
Yes. Buckets.
All right, including the Dragon's Claw. He has there's a total of 18 gold pieces, 33 silver pieces, a seemingly cast from adamant unholy symbol of Takhisis, a bag full of lizard man teeth,
Gross.
some more recently removed than others, and a very interesting book that is made. Its pages are waxed paper, and its leather has been thoroughly oiled, so it seems like it's waterproof.
Is that like a holy book?
It has in it
Dragon nudes, tasteful dragon nudes.
and it's no, it seems like a whole bunch of gibberish, a bunch of draconic gibberish. Sentence
Draconic gibberish.
Like it is sentences that don't make sense, seeming a lot of question and answer that is just nonsense. It's a tome full of like, well, I mean, it's like a crazy person wrote this in Draconic.
Yep.
Anybody with Draconic can make a DC or can make an investigation roll after spending an hour reading it.
I will.
It also gains 2 points of insanity.
I will read it as as part of the rest.
Okay. As you're kind of like laying down for bed, you're looking for a DC 15, and I would like to know if you fail this test.
Good. So you want me to roll that before the long rest or after?
Definitely kind of during the long rest.
Okay, so I'm going to roll it right now. And it is 14?
Total?
14 total.
Your long rest is effectively useless.
Fuck.
Because when you finally do get a chance to close your eyes and be like, all right, I'm good, these sentences, they just haunt you because they don't make any sense. Like it's like the moose flies at midnight kind of crap. Like it's insanity written down in like journal form. And right when you think you make you're at the point where you're like, oh, if I read the first 3 lines of this thing and then start again at the bottom, you basically spend your entire long rest every time you get ready to go and be like, all right, I'll set it down, I'll take a look at it later. You're like, oh, no, I know, and you go back to try and figure out more. And then suddenly someone goes over to poke you and goes, hey, we're all ready to go, what's up? And you're like, what? You got consumed by the madness in this tome. And twice.
Godzilla.
Is it madness or is it code?
That's a really good... It could be a code that if someone tries to read it like a regular tome, it's madness.
Yeah, Lassiter has a cipher ability, so.
So I have the cipher from Linguist. I also have an investigation of +6.
And now you know Draconic.
And now I know Draconic.
You could give it a shot. Ixidor is very sleepy. He may have to sleep in a backpack for a little while.
Couldn't wait.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'm obviously doing this after we wake him up, and he's just like, I can't figure it out. But he's probably still my precious. I got to get back in that book.
Well, and Ixidor, if he does figure it out, that is going to be something that bothers you for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it already bothers me.
Because you were so close. You were like right there.
All right, so you said roll investigation. 14 + 6, 20.
All right. Yeah, it's a code phrase book. Basically, it's the kind of thing that like super spies would use to get in past doors and stuff.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about characters as spies. We're not going to get into that.
But yeah, like it would be the kind of thing like if you ran a secret cult that is that is illegal in most places, if you said the right catchphrase, the other side should know how to respond and then know that you're allowed into these sacred doors under her holy light.
Okay. I will regurgitate that information.
And now that he said it, Exeter, you're like, oh, it's almost more frustrating because you thought that early on in the night, but you set that hypothesis aside.
Sorry.
You're like, there's no way. You're like, there's no way this is just like secret phrases. There's spells hidden in here. There's something. Like this is big and important.
I mean, it is important, Ixidor. Don't be upset.
I'm not speaking for him. I'm just telling him about his brain. What his brain is telling him.
You're upset.
During the long rest, Typhon, I need you to make 2 perception checks.
Am I using my active or my passive?
I would say this is going to be active because if you're literally standing guard, you are going to be watching. You're not just kind of standing there in the corner being like la da 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 da. You are on watch.
Okay. 2 of them?
Yes, please.
Wow, did I roll the same thing twice? Oh, okay, so I got a 14 and a 15.
14 and 15? All right. About halfway through the long rest, the dragon claw started to wake up. He started to stir a little bit. No one mentioned tying him up or anything of the sort.
I cast sleep.
Okay, all right, so you give him a solid bonking.
Sorry, Indigo. I didn't mean to jog him so hard.
You know what? Go ahead and roll your damage because he will have managed to rest a little. Oh, that's terrible.
Okay. Just damage?
Yeah. I'm not going to make you roll to hit him. He's laying there on the ground.
Okay, the first one does 9.
All right. It's more than what he managed to get back while resting. So, dead or unconscious?
Unconscious.
All right. And then the second perception test is Theodore actually starts to walk towards the edge of the circle, not towards him, not to what's his face, not to the dragon claw, but basically to the edge of the shrine, and kind of like looks over his shoulder at the rest of you guys, seeing that you're awake, and is like, I have to go.
I tell him he has to stay with us. Ixidor is going to help him. Ixidor is a servant. Ixidor is a servant of the dragon gods.
The wrong one.
There is no wrong one. You're all flesh bags.
He makes a bolt for the stairs.
I will be faster than him and get him.
All right, give me initiative shots.
What's my bonus to initiative? Yeah, he's got me beat. I got a 14.
All right, so he's gonna basically run to the pool of water that like you guys swam in to get here.
Yeah,
and dives in head first. Swoosh.
So in order to cover the distance faster, I'm going to do my 5-foot step and then my long jump. So I just instantly cover 60 feet into the water, and I'm metal, and
Okay.
I'm going to make a torpedo shape and sort of splash in the water and grab him.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack roll. You easily have the distance. That's not a problem. You will have disadvantage because you're fighting underwater, and you are not aquatic.
Oh. So just so you can see what I rolled.
Okay.
This is pretty good.
All right. With disadvantage, you're gonna grab his legs.
And then I will just sort of like stand up out of the water and carry him back to the circle.
Okay. Yeah.
Should have
Earlier. He slumps over in the corner and basically just like lets out this kind of pathetic whine. Just not like a sad, like he's not crying. He's like I can't let you just sit here and hold the dragon claw captive. I can't.
So
Does not compute.
So I'll sort of think. There'll be that worrying clicking sound, and he'll be like, "Of course you can."
They will kill all of my family.
Who will?
The cult. I will be forfeit.
How will they know that you're here?
He gestures. There were others in this room that left when the fight started. They know
Right.
I brought you.
But they will assume that you've been taken, just like the. I'm assuming they're not going to kill the Dragonclaw's family.
Well, no, he stood up to you. I brought you here.
No one knows that he stood up to us. They all left as soon as the fighting started.
You have to let me go. I have to be able to explain to them what happened.
I cannot.
Well, then it's on you. Your decisions have killed my children.
That is not accurate.
I don't know why I'm talking to you anyway. You're just a machine.
That is accurate.
So when we get up and we decipher the book and Ixodor gets upset,
we catch up to our time frame.
So Theodore would be
Theodore is
wet.
damp.
Yeah.
He was not damp when you went to bed.
Right.
And he looks utterly just defeated, like sullen.
Mm-hmm.
Like head on his knees. He's just not. He is not the same Theodore that you went to bed. And the Dragon's Claw is lying in a different position.
All right. So just as a standing operating procedure, whenever we're not like actively engaged in conversation with other characters or actively engaged in combat, I want to constantly kind of like be pushing my thoughts into Theodore's mind, because it just seems psyopic. And in Draconic, talking about Bahamut.
We're going to be doing lots of will saves. He is a fanatical follower of Takhisis.
Yeah, we're going to break that.
What's your alignment, Lassiter? You're talking about actual mind, like brainwashing someone.
Taking someone from a path of evil that I know is evil to try to bring them to the path of a gooder, better way. That
is still torture.
Torture. Yeah, but if he thinks he's helping someone away from an evil path, I mean, if he's chaotic good, that would 100% make sense.
I'm just letting him know that he is actively psychically torturing someone.
Well, right, but we don't know that.
No, you don't know that.
Absolutely don't.
I'm reminding Rick of alignments. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, that's cool. I am neutral good.
So Rick, there are alignments.
So I've written down that my alignment is neutral good.
Okay.
But I don't see it as I'm like torturing him. I'm just.
But you will.
Am I re-educating?
Fourth or fifth try of trying to push this in, and the feedback you're getting is "get out of my brain, you nightmare thing." You'll go, "Oh wait, this is psychic torture." Okay.
Oh, my favorite brain.
My favorite brain.
At that point, I might jump back in his head and start singing 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Then we're going to talk about psychic torture.
Remind me not to piss Rick off.
All right, so everyone has done their long rest except for Ixodor, sadly. You still have the benefits of a short rest.
Okay.
I don't know how much of that helps you, but you still get it. Anybody who was injured can spend hit dice to. Well, if you had a long rest, your stuff comes back anyway.
Recover 2 packed magic slots.
All right, and you're standing around the circle.
Do we want to now awaken to get a better understanding of where the? You know what? How about this? We have those sending stones. You remember those?
Hmm?
The communication stones.
Yeah.
So what does the party think of this? If Theodore just isn't gonna, if he just needs to get away and he needs to go save his family or whatever, I don't know that unless Typhon.
Yeah, I will absolutely sort of like give everyone a field report on what happened.
Okay.
Okay, so
we could
everybody's aware. Man, and I know that you blinked out for a second. Were you by the camera or?
Yes, I was grabbing my charger.
Okay. Yeah. So then you're aware that the Dragonclaw woke up, tried to get away, and then later on in the evening, when the realization of what could this could mean to the rest of his livelihood.
Oh, interesting.
Theo tried to bolt as well and didn't make it.
So what's super weird, having not played 5th edition before, I don't have a lot of spell slots, but I get them back after a short rest.
Yeah, different classes are different setup. Like monks get all their stuff back after a short rest. There's a few things a few of their later powers are long rest powers, but almost everything is short. All their key points come back on short. Warlocks get their stuff back after a short rest. No,
long rest.
Long rest. Sorcerers get the short rest.
No,
Other way around.
I get
Warlock-
Warlocks get the short rest. Sorcerers get the long rest.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just gonna depend. Like a paladin's healing is a long rest, but like their one of their oath powers is a short. It's weird. Or smites are short. I don't know. Smites are stupid. Not a paladin. All right, yeah. So Typhon lets everybody know about what had happened, and you guys are in charge, masters of your own destiny.
How far do those sending stones talk, Lassiter?
If I recall, as long as you speak into one, you'll hear through the other, and vice versa, regardless of distance.
As long as you're within the same plane or the same sphere, that's the only thing that matters.
So, I mean, this teleportation thing probably isn't strong enough to send us into another plane.
No, because there is a difference between a planar circle and a teleportation circle.
Yeah. So we can actually do the thing that we were talking about, which is someone could be here and we could go test and talk.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be able to bring them back.
Right.
That's
But
the problem.
the thing is, if we let him go, we could give him a stone and say, hey, when you get to wherever this one sends you to, let us know. He may not, though, because he's kind of being an asshole right now. Excuse my language, I apologize. And he needs but if we say we're gonna let you go go protect your family, whatever you need to do, knowing that this is we're giving this to you by Bahamut's blessings, kind of continue to reinforce that ideology. We just ask that when you arrive, that you respond to where you arrived at in our first. So again, then it gives us a 50-50 chance if we miss it on the first roll.
Gotcha.
That's a thought. I mean, I also don't like the idea of losing one of the sending stones.
Yeah.
I kind of think we should just like pick one of them and go, and then if it's wrong, we can just activate it again and come back. Because now that you know how to do it, and like you said, the ring is only for somebody who does not have some kind of arcane magic ability, where that's clearly not an issue for our party. So like that's for that's if Grazakh or I were working for the cultists and we needed to go through the portal, but we have you guys. So I think it makes sense for us to just go through, and now that you understand the mechanics, it's the same thing. Like we'll just go through, and if it's not the right place, you can use it to bring us back, and we can go to the other place, and so on and so forth. I just think that's the easiest thing to do.
I basically agree with that as well. Like, we don't have a good option of if we send somebody to either talk to them or bring them back, so we might as well just be the ones to go.
So based on the 3 runes that are representative or are connected to teleportation, what are those 3 runes and what do they represent? Because we may be able to narrow it down based on that information too.
One says pizza, one says bowling, one says jail. Don't click that one.
They're just letters in the statement of the dragon's belly, or belly of the dragon. So one's the effective R and a B and a Y.
Yeah, I think we just started the top one. We just want to go.
When you start doing this, so Theodore's like, so I'm free to go.
I mean, I feel like the more we bring Theodore, the more likely it seems like he's our captive, which gives him more deniability.
I'll be back.
But Typhon's like, I'm not part of this.
Oh.
More deniability, like when he, yeah, so he can tell his family or his fellow cultists later that I wasn't the one that, I wasn't a party to, I was a prisoner of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas if we let him go too early, it seems like, oh no, he helped us.
Right.
Well, if I saved the dragon's claw from your clutches, they would surely. I mean, he's a higher rung than I am.
I look at him like, yeah, but you're not gonna save him.
No.
You have no use for him anymore.
Maybe.
I actually feel like the cult is probably taking a pretty heavy hit considering the last fight where we first saved Theodore, we just eliminated another bunch of his fellow cultists. There's probably only 6 cultists left. I'm like, if you're worried about 6 others, you're.
Sleepy Ixidor says, we should let this one go with the warning, which is that all of your other brethren will probably soon be dead. So.
Yeah,
And then I yawn.
I was like, I don't super have a dog in this fight. My dog is to finish the goal, so I will default to Ixidor, as this is his expertise.
This guy seems like a super cultist. He's super into his cult, but doesn't seem like a bad guy.
Yeah.
Like the Dragon Claw, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I was like, I also do lock eyes with Theodore and pointedly tell him, we didn't put your family in danger. You put your family in danger.
I don't understand. You saved me from the false dragons only to cripple the servants of the true one.
Hold on. I took you as a prisoner. There was no saving. I haven't saved anyone. Prisoner. I want to let you go. Prisoner.
No, all right then. Prisoner, I am. I guess I misread the situation.
Yeah, you misread a lot of things, it seems like, so that's fine.
Grazakh, life counselor.
No, inspirational speaker.
Inspirational speaker.
Entrepreneur.
Merchant of pickles.
So if we're going to let him go,
The best bugbear you can be.
if we're going to let him go and we want to make sure that his story is straight to his companions, Typhon, could you break his hands? Is that an awful no? Am I walking down an evil path here? I just be like, just break his hands. They made sure that we couldn't cast spells and we let him go.
Typhon's just like, Typhon looks at you and looks at him and then looks at you and he's like, I'm not going to do that.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, man.
Are we doing anything with the Dragon's Claw? Or are we just leaving him there, laying unconscious forever?
Oh, we're bringing him with us.
Oh, he's coming with you.
I have no reason to hold on to Theodore. I have no reason to let him go. My issue wasn't really with the cult or the lizardmen. My issue was find the Loxodon. So it's up to what everybody else wants to do.
You want to take a vote? I vote we let him go.
Oh, got a real good plan. Ted, what if the Dragon's Claw's dead? What if you see the guy that kills him? You send a message to the rest of those dum-dums that Grazakh's going to kill the rest of them unless they stay out of our way. You, messenger, no longer prisoner. What if you come for me? I kill you.
I suppose I could pass that information on.
There,
It
see?
would be easier if I just saved him
You're
from
going
you.
to get a promotion. Trust me. This works out. I've done this before.
I've knocked down so many cults.
Grazakh, freedom fighter.
I I'll have to pay penance for not trying to stop you.
Okay.
That's why we break his hands, because it shows that he tried to stop us.
To who? He tried to stop us with his hands?
So
He tried to cast spells, and you just did your hand grabby thing and just crushed him.
if no one's going to stop Grazakh, I think he sees everyone's way out here. He's going to take his club, smash the Dragon's Claw on the head, walk forward, and lay one into Ted.
Yeah,
Just punch him in the face as hard as he can.
All right. He instinctively will try to dodge, so you will have to roll to hit against Theodore. You coup de grace the Dragon's Claw. He's
I hit a
a
18.
smear. What's up?
I hit a 18.
Oh my God! Yeah, no.
We're next to each other. I'm giving you a high five, my fellow.
That just does 4 damage. Does that sufficiently bloody him?
Oh yeah, no. That's gonna look awful in the morning.
Then Grazakh will spit on him and go, run!
He heads to the water.
See,
all
I'm a
right.
problem solver.
let's go.
Woof. All right. So you are in the circle, out of the circle. So what? You've got your 3 symbols, which the R, the B, and the Y. I'm gonna set up my percentage here of which one goes where.
Ruby.
Ooh, I accidentally spelled something. All right.
I think we just start with R. Everyone, anyone have a problem? We know nothing, right?
All right. You
R it is.
You stand over there, Isidore. You're at the thing. You feel the kind of magical connection. The circle starts to kind of vibrate on that sort of ethereal level. Everyone starts to feel a little tingly, and you give it a twist. That's a question.
Yes, we give it a twist.
You give it a twist. Everybody immediately feels like your stomach is outside of your body, except for Typhon because he has no stomach. Like everybody just feels inside out, upside down. Just is an awful, gut-wrenching experience being hurled through space and time. And you are like you come to, and the first thing you realize is that none of you can breathe. You
I
are
probably don't realize that.
You don't realize it. Everyone else is going because you are on one of the fractured parts of the planet outside of the atmospheric envelope.
Are we in a teleport ring?
You are in a teleport ring that has 4 symbols on it. They look like the compass winds.
Are any of them the same as the R, the B, or the Y?
You know what? I'll give you a percentage. That's possible. They could have the same roots to it. No, they do not. I need everyone to make Constitution saving throws except for Typhon because he doesn't have to breathe.
Oh.
Constitution.
As the magical nature of being out in the void starts to sap away your life.
Rolled a 9.
That's bad.
12.
That's bad.
I'm on a 15.
That's okay. Lassiter,
Yeah.
what's your con save?
3.
All right, well, it's a make or break. Everybody who made it takes D6 damage. Everyone who failed it takes D10. As basically raw phlogiston starts to kind of like rip away at the edges of your, or the raw void of being out in the sphere starts to rip away at the edges of your reality.
That's not.
Are you going to let damage? Are you going to make her roll her own damage?
I'll let you roll your own damage.
Okay.
And Typhon, from where you're standing, it looks like they're all just sort of kind of like turning blue, and Ixodor is kind of turning this kind of pale rust color.
So I'm kind of like trying to figure out what the problem is. Can I? I'm assuming it's not like we're underwater. Like I can't see that they're drowning. It just like, does it look like they're suffocating? Or?
It look well, yeah. It definitely looks like they are all in a state of shock, like they're all making that kind of that face. But you can also tell by Grazakh's fur that it's just sort of all sort of wavy, and Manon's hair's up and about. It's not great. It's not a great situation here.
I took 5 damage.
I've never been so excited to roll a 1.
Like, this is not so bad. And in fact, there's a little voice in the back of your head, Manon, that's like, oh, this is basically where they live. Okay.
And he said north, south, east, west was what
yep. I mean, also these aren't in Draconic. These are basically in like Kryn Space Common. This is an old teleport circle that was probably used before the planet got broken up.
Great. I will go north.
Go north? 25% chance of it being right. You're back in the shrine.
That was a terrible job.
Note to self, not R.
I take out a piece of chalk and I put a little X next to R.
Nope.
And I spit out some blood because I rolled an 8 damage.
Oh God. Yeah, that one hurt down in the deep sides.
Yeah.
So Typhon, they all have like bodily, like they're like spitting, like they're like spitting up blood and maybe like a trickle of like a nosebleed. Like they all suddenly are injured.
I'm like, that seems odd that they're all damaged.
Flesh bags, you know.
Yeah, I mean, soft flesh bags.
Teleporting is hard.
You're all a series of balloons inside a larger balloon.
Inefficient and dumb.
Taped to a stick machine.
Once everyone seems like once everybody gives the thumbs up that they're okay, I'm gonna go to the next one. Go to B.
You're going to B? All right, everybody's ready? Take a deep breath, perhaps.
Yeah.
You give it the twist. There's the flash of light. This time, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. Like that kind of gut-wrenching, the teleport feel of like the elevator dropping out beneath you. That it's not nearly as bad as that one was. Maybe it had something to do with how old the first teleport circle is, or where the destination was, or how far away it was. Maybe that had something to do with how kind of uncomfortable the transport was. Because this one actually, in comparison, was like basically going up a couple of elevator floors. You feel like the floor kind of come out from underneath you for a second, and then boop, you are in a big stone room, like an antechamber, that has a door on one end, a set of double doors on the other, like big church-sized double doors. And light coming in the window.
Light coming in the window.
Yeah, like sunlight.
The double doors, do they have any markings?
Like, you mean like special markings or just something weird about them?
Yeah, are there draconic symbols or?
No, they're just like a big set of big fat oaken doors, like bound in metal. And all around the rungs, there's a lot of scratch marks.
What is the what kind of construction is the stonework and the door? Is it human construction, dwarven construction?
It's actually a really good question. You would probably call this, it's nice dwarven stonework. It's smooth, seamless. The mortar's almost barely visible between bricks. And one of the things that does stand out to you is that it is not like anything you saw in the city. Like there's no mark of wreckage, there's no cracks, there's no, like, this looks really solid. Like, yeah.
And we are on another teleport circle.
You're on another teleport circle. This one has a multitude, like 20 plus small sigils in various languages.
Oh no.
Conspicuously, however, none of them are in Draconic. But there's a bunch of Dwarven and Elven. There's a couple. Wait, Manon, you know Primordial, don't you?
I do. Yes.
There's a couple of Primordial hieroglyphs.
Interesting.
This is like a hub circle. This is something that it's been here a long time.
I know Celestial and Elvish.
There are no Loxodon letters, by the way.
Lassiter knows.
Lassiter, no. I'm just letting you know there's none there.
Is there any Gith?
Very unlikely, but I will give it a shot. I'll give it a chance. They may have added one. No.
Is there any Gnomish?
Yes.
What does the Gnomish say?
Well, they don't say anything. They're basically letters of the alphabet.
Okay.
I would like to look out the window.
Okay. You go over to open the window. First off, because the windows, it's kind of like a smoked glass. The light is coming through, but it'd be hard to like peer through. It's on a metal frame, like it's well set into the window itself, and you are almost happy to see mechanically augmented windows, like the kind of things you'd see on Shard. Like you're like, oh, okay, you could one hand open this window because it's got all these little gears and ratchets that help along the way. Definitely not something you saw on Hellstone.
And then when I actually open the window.
When you open the window, the first thing that hits you is the smell of flowers, like wildflowers. And that salt air that you were breathing before, there's not a hint of it. It's just the smell of wildflowers, and you can hear birds.
Birds?
The sound of nature outside.
So we can see outside. Can we see the sky?
Yeah. It's bright, like almost like a bluish gray. Maybe a storm has recently passed through here.
One sun,
but you do see the edge of a second moon on the horizon.
Does it look normal to me?
Yep.
So
you are pretty positive that you are on one of the sides of Kryn.
This is cool, but I'm assuming this is probably not the right place.
I doubt it. This is, So the question is looking at the circle, is there anything that says Hellstrom?
What's up? What's that?
looking at the teleport circle,
Mhm.
is there anything that says Halstrom?
Oh, house soup. No, but
House-
give me an investigation as you look at these, like 22 various little codes and symbols and what
11.
11.
I'm gonna help him.
Okay. Go ahead and we'll see if you get a DC 10 on your investigation. He'll get to roll a second die and take advantage.
Well, I have a +6, so let's see what that does.
These are pretty good. The Lassiter's gonna be able to give you good help.
22.
All right. So he gave you advantage on the roll. So go ahead and roll a second die and see what happens.
13.
One of the symbols, like especially now knowing that where you are, and you go, oh, okay. You start kind of recognizing some of the writing. Like you've seen the Minotaur pirate sails. You know what their language looks like, even though you don't know what it is.
Right.
And so you recognize 2 or 3 of those letters. You're like, oh, those are Minotaur. That's Minotaur script. Okay. You can kind of piece it together. There is one letter or one symbol that stands out that you have no, like you're trying to piece it together, and it almost feels like it's been taken from you. Like you can't remember it.
Oh.
And book.
So I explained that to Lassiter.
Okay.
Like, does he have a similar experience?
It kinda that like you want to say it's like, oh, that's celestial, and then you go, but that's not quite right. Like it's like a language that is on the edge of your memory.
So if I were to hazard a guess, it might be abyssal.
Does anybody here have abysmal? Have abyssal?
Nope.
No?
Let me look here. No.
Grazakh's a big study of abyssal learning at the university.
Really into their poetry.
Not quite. Like you don't like it's. I mean, it's a decent enough guess, but it almost feels older, and that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Older than primordial?
Older than abyssal.
Right.
But
Well, I'm
not
just saying.
primordial.
But not
Primordial.
primordial. There's primordial hieroglyphs right there.
So
Again, it feels like it's a language that's almost been removed from you. Like you're not allowed to know it.
It's Kendall.
it's They stole it from us.
It's a language that steals itself from your memory every time you learn it.
Oh, jeez.
The language that just shows up in other people's pockets.
Yeah. Does anybody, whoever took the waterproof book, write down that it's a C2 is its code? You need to dip back into it. I have its rules logged in my ledger. So
It's C2?
C2. Charlie 2.
Charlie 2, okay.
All right, so you want to,
You're just in this big stone building. It's otherwise unadorned. Like there's
Chris, do you want to take us back, or do you want me to go through the doors?
I think we want to go back, right?
So
I want to try the mysterious symbol.
I kind of do too. It kind of fits my whole.
Terrorist thing?
I'm a spy. I mean, I'm not a spy.
4th level terrorist?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand.
I'm sorry, he multi-class. He's a 3rd level thief, 1st level terrorist.
No, because one of my personality traits is there's nothing I like more than a good mystery. And I'm easily distracted by the promise of information. And this is a mystery that will promise us information because I feel like if I, like Ixodor, if this is a language and we kind of think we should know what it is, but we can't, it's good. That's probably gonna be as frustrating to make my character as Ixodor not figuring out the Draconic book.
All
I have to
right.
think there's a chance that this is going to take us back to that temple that has been erased.
Right. Well, my other question though is when you use the ring and you twist it at the rune where you leave,
Mhm.
are you connected to a rune when you arrive? Like that's his hand is connected to the arrival stone.
No, there doesn't seem to be a any rhyme or reason to, like, you just got to get thrown into the middle of the circle.
Hmm.
Think of it like buttons on an elevator.
Okay.
Except you can't be a jerk and just hit all the buttons.
I'm with Manon though, as far as like, let's find out where this rune takes us that has no understanding of its language for us.
He's like, all right, here we go. And sure enough, based off of your guess, it takes you back to the broken shrine where you a few minutes ago just had left.
Yeah, there's a very interesting thing going on here, which is Takhisis' cult is a secret, hidden, and
With the exception of like truly evil beings that are like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's possible that all of this was removed from this by some other force, or that they're hiding it. So, very interesting. Before we go to the next thing, Ixodor spends a little bit of time just quickly sketching all this stuff out and writing all the...
Gotcha. Just kind of making notes.
Copying all the sigils that we saw in the other places. In case we have to leave again.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Is everyone good?
Take the chance out of things if you come back here in a hurry and I go, okay, which symbol you use? You go, I don't remember.
I know not to take R. So, as long as everybody's good, we're going to take Y.
Yep.
All right. You give it a twist. This teleport again feels more like the first one. We're a little more of the kind of ouch sort of thing. But you still smell the salt air when you get to where you're going, and where you're going.
It smells like house stop.
Yeah, it still feels like you're on that broken planetoid. Like your gravity still feels that way. The air still tastes the same. The broken stone walls are broken. You're like, okay, we went someplace, but we didn't leave the planet, I think. The circle that you're on is on a raised platform by about 5 feet, and there are stairs that go down. There's stairs that go down from the circle down to a larger area, and you look around, and it kind of resembles Menon, you said like the inside of a ship, like kind of has that kind of slightly curved walls, but it's stone and cracked. You can see the roots of plants growing through the cracks.
It's almost like a crashed or grounded ship.
That's probably the case. And there's stairs that lead up onto the deck in front of you. On the other end of
we go up the stairs. Where do these stairs go? They go up.
They go up.
Ixodor climbs in the bag and asks Grazakh to put it on his shoulder.
Oh, symbols around this?
Yeah.
There is only one. The rest have been scratched or chiseled off the stone.
Oh, that was smart.
Wonder why nobody did that to the R.
I mean, because the module creator was like, sometimes you gotta fuck up. You gotta take one. But the cult was like, hey, we don't want anybody else coming here except through our gateway.
Yeah, also, if you have to dispose of prisoners, it's awesome to throw them into outer space.
Very good point.
Wow.
Once again, Grazakh's
That's
grasp
actually
of
a good idea.
the core management philosophy.
My 3 simple rules being successful.
Find a business, tell people they're okay, throw them into space.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, there you go.
Write them down, kids.
All right. So, what are you doing?
Upstairs.
We're going upstairs, yeah.
Yeah. Passive perceptions. Who's got a 14 or better?
12.
No.
Oh, no, I'm only 13.
I have a passive investigation of over 14.
Nope.
I do.
So it's just Typhon? Typhon, there are dozens of footprints in the dirt, like the dust of on the ground, leading to and from. Like this is a well-traveled area. And over by the stairs, you're pretty sure that some of those footprints aren't booted. They've got like big, like clawed feet. Like so there's little scratches in the wood.
I will point them out to everyone.
Well, crepes. This is unfortunate.
Well, we know they're not going to be lizard men.
Draconians.
Yeah, it seems like there might be a draconian factory going on around here.
I will specifically look for Loxodon footprints.
Go ahead and give me an active investigation roll as you like start literally looking out at the footprints and be like looking for.
That is a investigation. You said.
Yep.
18.
There are a set of big pachyderm footprints.
Follow those tracks.
They go up the stairs.
I will begin following those tracks.
Already going up the stairs.
What? What, Lassiter? What's up?
I was like, what?
Gone.
They went up the stairs? It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. So up on the top deck, you can see that you are in fact in and on a ship. It is roughly it's kind of hard to, like, you kind of sort of like kind of step back and really kind of unfocus your eyes to get a good look at it. But it looks kind of like a spell jamming version of like a Viking longship. It's got a big dragon front head that's kind of broken off and like stuck in the stone of the wall. It had wings, but they've long since collapsed off the sides of the hull and now kind of like lay flat on the side of like, you almost feel like you're on like an asteroid chunk of Halastoop. One that thankfully
Isn't it called a dragon ship?
What's up?
Isn't this a dragon ship?
It looks a lot like one, yeah. But in really disrepair. As in, it probably crashed into this place 100 years ago or more, and the stone things have just kind of windswept over and into it. There's sand on top of, like, some of the salt sand is blown up and over one of the pieces of the wings. But the whole front end of the ship has been turned into like a communal sort of hotel. There's all kinds of beds and cots and nests. It honestly looks like a medieval hippie commune. There's tents and nests and a couple of like, they've taken pieces of the ship and built an actual like shack or small room. And at the very center of it, there is a wading pool. Looks like maybe it's about 5-6 feet across. Looks like almost like a kiddie pool made of like stacked stone that has probably been like sealed with some kind of magic or something to keep the liquid from pouring out. And it's filled with, seems like a shimmering kind of like a a shimmering material, like clear, shiny water.
We see any people though?
Yes, you do. There are a handful of cloaked individuals walking about. There are 2 bipedal dragon people walking about, and you know recognize very quickly that these are not dragonborn, as that they have like tails and wings. And several of the
Are they draconians?
They are draconians.
Right. Which are the brass draconians.
Yep.
Kind of basic draconian.
There's about a half a dozen of them.
Right.
And they seem to be carrying, it looks like they're carrying maybe eggs.
Yeah.
Back and forth, like basket-sized eggs back and forth to the pool, but they're sort of like, it's like they're making a giant omelet. They're cracking the eggs and pouring the yolk into the pool.
That doesn't sound right. That sounds
What color are the eggs?
Speckled. They don't look like, they're not a particular shade.
So they're not dragon eggs?
Not all dragon eggs are of the color that they're.
No, but they usually have like a metallic type shell, not necessarily a specific color, but they're usually a metallic type shell, not like.
You would think that they maybe look like brushed chrome, or you get like a brushed steel color.
Okay.
which is
I wonder if this
Tarnished
is.
from the dirt.
I wonder if this is making the solution that Theodore said that he was going to drink.
Yeah, they're turning people into draconians.
That's messed up.
So they're basically making egg drop soup that turns people into draconians.
Right out of a Goosebumps book.
It's like Goosebumps meets Animorphs.
One of the actual shacks, like the building, opens. The door opens up, and a guy, taller than a normal human, but still like he's not a dragon-faced guy, walks out. He's got like a fancy helmet, big horns on his helmet, but he has two very large wings attached to his back, that like when he ducks to leave the shack, he sort of stretches them out and they flop back in, so you know that they're legit. Like he kind of stretches them, extends them out, and then pulls them back down. And then right behind him, walking in step behind him, several feet taller, is an extremely well-dressed elephant-looking man.
There he is.
Let's
Can
rescue
I
him.
use insight to see if he seems to be in distress, or if he's like
Use insight to see if he is in distress.
all right,
Distressed? In distress.
in distress.
Undressed. He is dressed. He has clothes on. Smart.
All right, so my insight is like the worst, but that's okay.
Like,
I'll say,
18, yay. It's like I have no modifiers. Yay.
he doesn't look distressed, but he doesn't look necessarily happy to be there either. If anything, he looks utterly chill.
how far away is our elephant friend?
Say 75 feet. He's out by the bow.
Okay.
Has nobody taken notice of us, with our 7-foot tall robot and us just standing up on
I was giving you guys a few moments of
Distinctly not.
kind of taking in the scene before anyone would recognize. And in all honesty, the Boz Draconians, they're doing their duty. Like they're not programmed to do stuff, but they're told kind of what to do, and they're very single-minded about doing it.
So you said there's the big elephant guy, and how many of them?
There's 6 draconians, and then there's the one dude who kind of walked out with the Loxodon.
And the draconians are all the same type of draconian.
They're all boss, yeah.
And the guy who's with the Loxodon, what does he look like?
He looks like a human that is taller than regular. Like he's probably like a 7-foot tall human with wings.
Oh, he has the wings. Okay.
He has wings, not the Loxodon. Holy crap, flying elf.
And the wings are draconic, like bat wings, or are they feathered?
They're draconic.
Okay.
But
But
if I take this opportunity,
Yeah, he's wearing a helmet that has like fancy horns, but like he's got like no snout. He's just regular.
Oh yeah. So he's not like a draconian. All right. Okay. All right.
If possible, I don't know if I'm allowed to. I would like to take the moment to use message to telepathically contact Pontalius.
Look at you remembering his name. All right. What are you going to message?
Yo, dog.
My name is Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
Basically just to reach out and be like, you clearly don't belong.
That seems racist.
There's a lot of racial stuff going
Yeah.
on.
All right. So you get because sending gives you 25 words.
Not sending message.
Oh, message. Okay. Can he talk back in message?
Yes.
He says, "I must drink to be accepted."
Oh, we gotta save him.
hell no. He's been bind washed. He's been bamboozled.
Oh no.
I don't know this because I don't hear those thoughts.
Yep.
But
Yep. Nope. I immediately turn to everybody and be like, guys, there is a problem.
Typhon is gonna take 2 5-foot steps, and then he's going to launch himself onto the bow of the boat.
All right.
I am going to
Go
use
ahead.
stealth finally.
That sounds like an awesome spot for initiative because jumping robot man.
Just so you know, I was going to jump into stealth mode. I want to find. I'm going to go sneaky thief for a bit.
Okay.
Your die is completely illegible on that camera.
All right, how about this?
Can't read that one either.
Is that your initiative?
Is it a 4? Good
That was
job.
an 18 plus.
I'm on 19.
Woo! Excellent.
So I have a 20. It's plus 2. So
Yeah, I got a 5.
Man, it's like I'm fast. Grazakh. What?
9?
9. Lassiter.
All right, so I rolled stealth first, just so you know, and I got a 14.
Okay.
And then my initiative is a 5.
All right.
what's going on? So it's gonna be me, all of the bad guys, and then the rest of the party.
No, Exeter's on a 19. He's
That's
fast.
what you did to me in the last scenario, so you're welcome.
All right. So, as a side note, Lassiter, there's all kinds of stuff to hide behind.
Perfect.
There's lots of rubble. There's lean-tos. There's tents. There are other cultists around, but they are not going to be part of the combat because they are effectively, they're almost like altar boys. Like they are sort of mid-transformation, and you'll get to see them as you run around. You'll get to see guys in robes that like their ears have fallen. Like think of like a draconic version of the Fly.
Yeah,
Like-
perfect.
Gross.
Yeah.
Like his ears gone and he's got scales over half of his face. They are far more transformed than the ones that you just saw in the shrine.
Yeah.
But because they're this far along, they're kind of almost like brain mush. You know, they're almost on a form of instinct where unless something goes over and clobbers one, they won't fight you. Their whole job is to basically like
Transform.
yeah, they're in like a locomotive pupil state, if you want to think of it.
Okay. The my whole plan is I plan on just sneaking to get in a position to just destroy the big guy with the wings.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's my-
All right. So I have to hit start. Whoop. All right. Then. Okay. Oh, I lied. There are only 4 Boss Draconians. I miscounted.
That's probably better.
It's probably better. And a few of the robed transforming cultists are active enough that when things start to happen, their instincts will kick in and they'll try. They will come to the service of their fellows. All right. So at the top of the order, I have to hit this button. Give me button. No, why won't you do this? Oh, hang on a second. I screwed up. Everybody remember their initiative?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Hang on. D&D Beyond has let me out. Let me down. All right. Oh, that's because I forgot to hit a button. Nope. I let D&D Beyond down. Sorry. Lassiter, you were a 5. Typhon, you were a 20.
20.
Ixodor was a 19.
Yep.
Grazakh was a 9, and Manon was a 5.
Yes.
And now I hit this button. Look at that. Ha ha! Now it works. Okay. For those of you at home, D&D Beyond Encounter Services is awesome, and I am just an idiot sometimes. All right. So, Typhon on a 20. You leap across the front of the deck, easily get right up in the middle, and you can see from where you're standing the pool, the kiddie pool. It sure enough, it is filled with basically a bunch of egg, and there are several yolks unbroken at the bottom. Some of which in further like they almost could be baby, like you can see the shape of a baby that maybe was there, but it's not really growing anymore.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like they hatched an egg that was, or they opened an egg that had like a dragon that was forming, and when they put it in the pool, it stopped forming.
Okay. Wait, how far away did you say they were from me?
75 feet.
Oh, I can't cover that distance. I can move. So I don't really have my distance.
You can go real far.
Yeah, because it's based on my strength, and my strength is a 19. But I think I can only jump 3 times here. So I guess I could. Well, yeah, I can do it because I have to move it. I have to move at least 5 feet to do it. So I'll move 10, and then I can jump 60.
Okay.
Because it's 3 times my strength score.
Okay. Because of the athletic.
Yeah. So I'll do that, and
All
then
right. Boing.
I will. Who is closest to the Loxodon, or who's closest to me when I land? I'll try to land closest to whoever's near the Loxodon.
The person who's closest to the Loxodon is the guy with the kind of the cult leadery guy. But where you land, there are definitely a couple of the mostly transformed cultists that when you land, they'll go and turn.
Can I reach any of the bars or no?
Yeah, I think you could probably. You were shooting for distance.
Yep.
You would have to shoot much closer to get to one of them.
Okay, then I'll just I guess I'll just land to the closest cultist. So
okay. He looks up at you with his kind of his like lower jaw has started to become a snout. He got some fangs in it. He's like,
and I'll try to spread out my attacks if these guys start dropping. So first attack on this guy.
Yep.
Those aren't great, but I'm assuming these guys are kind of crappy. So the first one is a 13. The second one is a 16.
Both of them will hit. The transformed are only AC 12.
Okay.
Like that number.
So the first punch does 8.
Does not knock him down.
Then I will hit him again for another 7.
That will bring him to 0. Are you in lethal mode, or are you just knocking?
No, since they haven't attacked me directly, I'll be in non-lethal mode.
Okay. So yeah, you give him the 1-2, bam, and he face down on the deck, drool. All right. One of the transformed, who is slightly more oh, that's the wrong initiative. Sorry. Nope. Okay, the regular transformed, you hear throughout across the deck a handful of the ones that are of the right mind to defend. They say defend the mother pool, defend the spawning, and like it's just kind of this passes out in Draconic. So if you don't know Draconic, it just sounds like they started hissing and yelling at each other. But one of them, everybody else is still back because you're so far forward. One of them is going to go in and just kind of get up to you in close combat. One is going to go to the pool with a contingency action of if anyone gets within 10 feet of them, he is going to vomit acid on them. And the third one is going to go ahead and vomit acid at Typhon. So runs over in melee. How bad are you? You're probably not great. You're not.
When we took a rest, did we heal at all? Or do we
a long rest will heal back all of your hit points.
Cool.
Short rests you have to spend hit die to heal on the rapid. All right, so the transform cultist runs over and tries to stab you with. He's got basically like one of his thumbs is like much longer and has an actual like a dagger like claw on it, and he's trying to stab you with it. Does a 17 hit you?
Yes.
He rakes you across the belly for 6 points of damage.
I don't like that at all.
And then the one tries to throw up acid on you. I need a dexterity save as he horks up a glob of this sort of shiny green disgustingness.
Dex save. Hang on 1 second.
Has anyone ever like actively gleeked at you where that line of glob?
I got a 20.
Like that.
I got a 16 plus 4.
Okay, you'll take half damage of 2, so you take 1 point of acid damage.
Got it.
As it sizzles on the deck, bringing us to 19, Ixidor.
Yeah.
Man, that dude rolled really bad. The leader's going last.
Oh no, the leader's not going at all.
Yeah. Oh really? Ixidor looks puzzled.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do because I'm in the back here. And in the bag.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, it's not that hard.
I'm gonna climb. I'm gonna get out of the bag. And I'm going to cast invisibility.
Oh, all right. He vanishes. Grazakh.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, no, these guys rolled awful. Except for the garbage cultists, everyone else rolled really bad.
So they're what, 75 feet away?
The Loxodon, Pontalius, and the cult leader guy are 75 feet away.
Yeah.
There's a mixture of the others along, like kind of in the interspersed. The closest guy is probably 40.
Okay. So I'll probably start hoofing it to where Typhon is then, I guess.
Okay. Are you stopping at anyone along the way, or are you just like, no, I'm going to make it to Typhon?
Is there like an active fighter? Like, I'm confused.
What's up?
Is there like an active combatant, or like?
A handful of the transform cultists have started to try and take out Typhon.
Yeah, I would go towards wherever it's going towards.
Okay, so it's like basically if there's because where you are, you could get to one of the Boz Draconians.
Yeah.
Or to one of the cultists. But it would take you the whole round if you wanted to run all the way up by where Typhon landed.
I'd probably, I'll just go up to one of the cultists and give him a hiding.
Yeah.
Hiding.
I hit a 22, so.
Well, they're only AC 12, so that hurts.
That's right. And I hit him for 8.
For 8. Not quite enough to drop him, but he definitely, he felt that and starts basically like hissing to his neighbors for, help me. Lassiter on a 5.
Okay, so as I am playing sneak thief to maneuver myself closer to the large guy, the cult leader, I would like to also start pushing. I hate to keep doing this, but I really like Manon's thing with the whole getting their heads thing. And because the Ring of Mind Shielding allows me to do that, I'm going to start singing inside the head of the cult leader, if possible.
Okay.
In Draconic, basically 1, 2, Bahamut's coming for you, 3, 4.
Gotcha. You're trying to spook him.
Well, spook, but also distract him, because if he has to cast a spell or whatever, I'm hoping that it might also kind of be like I can't concentrate to do the things, but then I'm just maneuvering up, because I don't feel like I'd be able to sneak and get. What, he was at 75 feet away?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm only going to get like halfway to him, but just kind of put that out there. Coming for you.
Okay. All right. Now, because you're stealthed, you can move at half speed and not worry about being detected, barring someone actually looking for you.
Sure.
And you had rolled a 14 on your stealth, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So that is still above all of their passive perceptions. So as long as you move at half speed, you will be undetected.
That's what I do.
Okay. Menon on a 5.
Okay, so even though I didn't understand the Draconic when they said they protect the pool, I already wanted to destroy that pool. I didn't trust it. I thought it was the source of everybody turning into dragon people.
Don't trust it.
Don't trust it. So I'm going to start moving towards that and thinking about how to like poison it or pop the embryos. I am also calling out to the general location of the last place I saw Ixidor to send me his familiar.
Okay, here's like, I need your familiar. I need it.
Yep. I need it. I need it. Remember the dragon breath thing.
Oh, damn.
Ixidor's like, all right, on a 5, of the 4 Draconians, 2 of them that are carrying eggs filled with yolk, basically, like, they turn from walking to flight. It's clumsy. It doesn't look right. Like, they're kind of like, it's almost like their wings are not quite big enough to carry their body, but somehow they're making it work. And they are taking their turn to dump their eggs into the pool. The other 2 will basically just, since they don't have an egg on their person, turn and start getting ready to start with the fighting. Grazakh, you will be an obvious target.
What?
It's you're a bugbear. That's the thing.
Racism.
And now, Menon, you said you were coming down.
I'm going straight for that pool. I'm like pulling out that spice pack that I bought.
And, Yes. So one of them sees your intent and is gonna come over and try and give you what for. The one on Grazakh, it is gonna multi-attack. It takes one attack with its claw and one with its short sword. That's not great. 12 is gonna miss with the claw and the short sword. 22 will hit. For 5 points of damage. It gives you a stab, and its mouth forms like it's almost like it's like, you know how like a crow, when it mimics speech, it's creepy because it's just kind of like it sort of just moves its beak, but it doesn't like that doesn't come together like a puppet or anything. The draconian does the same thing. And out of its mouth, in like almost perfect, like townsfolk British human, where it's, you know, your blood will feed my children, and you're like,
This again. Dumb.
but it's like his mouth opens and just kind of wiggles, and out comes this perfect human speech.
Yeah, that's just weird.
The one on Manon runs over. Claw? No. And 23 will hit on the short sword.
Yes.
For 6.
Okay.
And it looks like it's slightly taller than you, although it is hunched over. Its head kind of comes out from between its shoulders. And it kind of like looks like gives you like claws and it gives you a stab, and again in that sort of like mimic like mockingbird style human speech. This one's of like a young child, and it's like, bow down to your master. It's like, bow down to your master.
Oh no.
And at the end of the round, finally, because he rolled terrible when I hit the button, the actual cult leader, the Dragon Fist, turns and sees Typhon like much closer than anticipated, and just sort of like looks over and looks back over his shoulder at the Loxodon and goes, "Friend, continue your drink while we handle this."
What? That's not gonna.
How big is the Loxodon?
It's like 9 feet tall.
How much do I think he weighs?
Easily 4+. Probably closer to 5.
Tons?
No, 100 pounds.
I weigh almost 500 pounds.
He weighs 400 tons.
I weigh over 400 pounds in real life.
But I'm going off of what they say Loxodons come in at. So
4 tons.
4 tons.
4 tons. 400 tons.
When I made him, he's 595 pounds.
There you go.
Oh, never mind. He's only 7'8". So he's only about a foot taller than the cult leader.
All right. So what do you guys want to try to do? I can either could I get to the Loxodon?
You'll take an attack of opportunity from the cultist that is next to you, and probably one from the cult leader if he is able to. He doesn't look like he's armed, but he might be able to do something that.
So I could either grab the Loxodon and try to jump back to you guys, or I can just keep swinging.
Well, I'm going to follow your lead because I'm invisible.
I think you best to start punching.
All right, I'm just gonna. So the cultist next to me, he's the one that spit acid.
There's no. That one's a little further away from you because it's a ranged attack. The one that's right next to you, you clobbered him. You went and knocked him out.
Okay, so then I will move up to whatever the next closest guy is, and do the same thing.
Okay. Because they dumped their eggs into the pool, there's a couple of Boz Draconians that are within walking distance.
No. I mean, I'll knock out whoever's closest. They're getting it first. So
Okay, then it's definitely the acid cultist because that spit only goes 15 feet.
yeah, he's next. First attack. Wow, misses. Second attack.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
You are sure. Okay.
However, he takes 9 points of damage.
Brings him to 0. Are you killing or are you knocking him out?
He breathed acid on me. He is X'd out.
You're like, and punch. Yeah,
One less locust.
yeah. You jab him right in his neck parts, and you can see like the acid glands like swell up like he was going to spit, but there's nowhere for it to go, and he just kind of bursts out the front.
Gross.
And he falls down. All right, so I've got 2 cultists. One Grazakh dealt a significant amount of damage to you, so he will try and stab you with he's gonna try and bite you with his misshapen face. Like he's got like a ridiculous overbite. He's just trying to like drag it across your body. 13?
I'm at 16.
Yep, so you got a mouthful of fur. All right. Another cultist. Man, you spoke to someone who wasn't there.
Yes.
That cultist is going to make a perception test to look around for people. And rolled terrible. So he's looking around, he's like, and he'll say in Draconic to everyone else, he's like, there's more.
Hey.
And then Ixor on 19.
So I.
Sorry. It would have been at the end of the turn. I apologize. The Loxodon would have taken, basically would have walked over to where the pool is.
Right.
And you'll note he did not run. He didn't like jog or say anything to anybody. He just walked over. Calm and cool as a cucumber.
I reach into the pocket where my little dragon stays, and I tell them to go and help Manon.
I get to be useful. Yes.
And past where the guy that was looking around that says, "Hey, there's more of them," I'm gonna cast Silent Image of like some heads, and then I'm gonna move them around into the back.
It's fantastic. Yeah, no, then they will have no trouble believing that maybe over there is where
away from where we are.
That's excellent. Okay. All right. I need to roll something for your pseudo dragon. Your pseudo dragon acts on 9s.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
I'm so excited for this.
Which is now, actually. Grazakh, what's your dexterity bonus?
+2? Yeah, +2.
But okay, so the pseudo dragon's technically slightly before you. So it flits over by you, Manon, and it's standing there, and it's like, now you don't know Draconic.
Nope.
Okay, it starts squeaking and like trilling at you, like the Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park. Like, you're like, okay then. Grazakh on a 9.
Alright. Gonna try and club my good cultist buddy.
Your cultist buddy?
Natural 20.
Okay, well that is a critical hit, which means you get to roll twice. Whatever the dice are, you roll twice and then add your modifiers.
7, 13 +3, so it'd be 16.
Okay. Especially with a hit that way, as that they only start with 9 hit points, and he was at 1 already because you connected the first time. I'm not going to give you a choice to pull the punch on that one. You just flatten him. his head kind of sinks into his neck bones, and everything that was in his chest became part of his belly.
Grazakh with his best abilities here. I'll do my best here. My blood's gonna see the family. Dum dum. So with my move action, is there still anybody in combat with one of these cultists near me?
There is the only cultist left standing was the one that shouted to go look for other people, and he's not currently fighting anybody. Now, keep in mind, you have a Boss Draconian next to you too.
Oh, then I'm going to. He's literally right next to me.
Yeah, remember because he stabbed you with the short sword.
I was confused. I will use my action surge. Is it called?
Yes.
And club him as well.
And give him a clobbering.
And hit a 18.
Boss Draconians are only AC 16, so that will definitely connect.
And rolled a 2, so reroll that for 10 points of damage.
All right, you slam your beat stick into him. You can actually hear like bones in his shoulder crack, but he just sort of like pops his shoulder back into place.
Amateur. I do that all the time.
Lassiter on a 5.
All right. So, did the cult leader move any closer to the pool? Because I'm guessing that was
the cult leader is standing there, basically like waiting for Typhon to come over and visit.
Okay. So I am going to distract him by I'm going to take my regular move, which would put me right behind him, hopefully, because if the Loxodon has moved away to the pool, then there's that.
And since this is your second turn of moving at half speed.
Well, I'm going to break away from the stealth.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you're breaking out stealth, then you easily could get there.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll up to him, but as I come up to him, I'm going to ping him with because he's not actively engaged in combat, right?
He's standing out in the open. The closest thing in combat came is when he told the Loxodon to do something.
Yeah, so it's not going to be. I won't get my sneak attacks on him. So I'm going to cast Magic Missile, and I want one of those. I'm going to hit him with 2 of the missiles, and one of them I want to hit the Loxodon with.
Okay.
And the reason is because if he's charmed or any of that stuff, this could potentially break that.
Makes sense. Try and snap him out of it.
Yeah, and it's just a sting to somebody that size, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So to the first one, the first missile to the big bad is 5 points of damage, and the second missile to the big bad is 4 points of damage.
All right. And then how much to Pontalius?
Pontalius is going to take 2 points of damage.
All right. I will say that is enough for him to get a will save against, or a wisdom save against the current mind altering effect that he is dealing with. All right. Don't know what happens until the end of the round.
All right.
But he definitely goes. The magic missile hits him.
Perfect.
Manon, you're on a 5.
Yes, so I am going to blow some spell points to Twin Dragon's Breath.
Sweet.
I'm going to cast it both on me and on the pseudo-dragon.
Fantastic.
On me, I am choosing poison.
Okay.
And can I choose a different damage for the pseudo-dragon, or does it come with the same damage?
Because you're twinning the spell, I'm going to say no. You want to say that
Okay.
it'll be the same effect.
Okay, so he'll also get the poison damage.
Yeah, sweet. Pseudo-dragon's like, yeah!
So I basically whisper to him, "Death from above!" And point at the big bad guy.
Oh, okay.
Or basically point at any of the bad guys. He can choose whoever he wants to go after.
I forgot, does that spell have a duration, or is just you get to...
It is concentration for 1 minute.
Okay, so it can last up to 10 rounds.
Yes.
Which, okay.
Yes, it's a bonus action.
It's a bonus action to breathe.
Yep.
Which means you could do it now.
Yes, and so I am aiming my poison at the pool.
What's the range on the how far does it go?
60 feet.
Oh, yeah. Now it's a straight line, isn't it?
Is it a straight line or is it cone? Let me see. Sorry, is it? Sorry, not 60 feet. It is 15 feet and it's a cone.
Okay, so you could, because you cast it, you won't be able to, well, no, because you can move still. So you could, if you didn't mind taking an attack of opportunity from the Draconian, you could move to make sure that the pool is in your 15 feet. Otherwise, you could pretty much stay where you are and get the Draconian and maybe one of the, and you know what? I'll throw in the cultist that was like, look over there.
Yeah, let's do those.
Okay,
right
you're
now.
like, bleh. All right, so what is the save for that? Draconian are not resistant to poison. So
Yeah, it is a dex saving throw of 13.
All right, he'll give it a shot. No, he's going to take full damage, and the cultist is going to take full damage as well. All right.
So that's 3d6. So that is 9.
All right. So the cultist gets, or the transformed cultist, basically when he looked over by where the images were, like his face is like looking right at you, but not at you because he's looking over at the silent images. And you just kind of barf this through the Draconian, who catches a little bit in the midsection, and there's some sizzling. Like some of the poison is like trying to corrode his scales, but the rest of it just washes over the cultist, who didn't even have a chance. Like it's just fall down to, like, he paralyzed before he fell, and then very, very dead. All right, so the one that is on you took half damage. So, all right, makes him very upset with you. And it is the Draconian's turn. So the one on Grazakh will go first. Claw. Nope. Sword. Nope. One of them will do a kind of a flopping charge. It's not really a flying charge because their flying is awful. So it's kind of a sort of a land hard on the deck in front of you, Typhon, and then try and stab you and claw you. It would be elegant, but it's not. Claw, nope. And short sword.
It's not.
Short sword is a 15 hit you?
Nope, just missed.
All right, yeah. Short sword, misses completely.
I mean, if it makes him feel better, he can, like, shave some sparks off. It probably looks cool.
Yeah. The other one that was over by the pool will fly over and play bodyguard, or attempt to play bodyguard to the leader guy, the Dragon's Fist. And the last one is on Menon. Sizzling, he still attempts to, and changes the voice from a little kid to an old man. Stand still. Oh, nope. Short sword hits.
With
3.
No, with a. What do you roll?
Oh, 18 plus 4, so 22.
1 second. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
because you could take your reaction to crank that up. I forgot.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll take the 3.
Okay. I apologize. I forgot that you could do that.
Yeah.
The Dragonclaw, now that he has a friend, and took a couple of magic missiles from Lassiter.
Yeah, he should know his role. Step down.
Well, he's going to he'll exchange it with you. he will go ahead and he lets out this like kind of like booming like a roar first, and says, "This is your last chance. Kneel before her might, and you may all be spared in her glory."
So no longer is that voice in his head. I'm saying it out loud. So now he knows that it was me also like messing with his brain. 1, 2, Bahamut's coming for you.
All right. That's the bottom of the order. So we're back up to Typhon on a big, scary 20.
Okay, I'm going to go after the guy that jumped and landed in front of me.
Killing me, Typhon.
Oh my god. I'm pretty sure those are both misses.
He's only an AC 16.
I definitely missed him. Although...
You look like you're trying to make up a decision.
Well, I was going to say I could do flurry of blows, right?
Well, keep in mind, if you do flurry of blows, you can't do your other bonus swing first.
Oh, yeah.
Bonus action. You'd swing once and then go, do I do flurry of blows, or I just give him the one little In this case, you did the one little
Right. No, that's fine. Then I miss.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop.
Ooh.
All of the transformed at this point have gone into kind of self-preservation mode, or the combative ones are dead, which brings us to Ixidor on 19.
I'm going to move myself invisibly across the battlefield towards the pole.
Okay.
Fully aware that Manon is breathing poison at it and trying not to be in the line of said poison.
Doing a little battlefield geometry.
Yeah, I want to get over, like, I guess behind the pole.
Okay. That shouldn't be too terribly hard. You're invisible. You can kind of dance around most of the threatened squares, and no one's really going to be swinging at you.
Yeah, cool.
Now is Ixidor's familiar, and you gave him the command to run over and barf at the leader.
Yeah.
All right. Unless you wish to impose your will and stop the command, it will be happy to go barf on the leader.
Yeah. No.
All right. So leader makes the save, and so the Boz Draconian, because it moved over to be a bodyguard, a Bozdyguard. Bodyguard made it. Leader didn't. Leader takes full damage. And you said it's what, 3d6?
3d6.
All right. Leader guy, ouch! Dragon is super happy right now. Look at me, I'm doing all the work.
I'm a real dragon.
This is great. I'm not spitting bubbles or soap. Yeah. All right. Oh no, those are fairy dragons. My bad.
Yeah, but it's that he does have a poison sting. I mean,
yeah. But the boss still takes a significant, like, it's not insignificant what hits him. He's like ah. And then that's Grazakh on a 9.
All right. Time to go with the club again, I guess. I rolled a 19, which is also a critical for me because
So yeah, you lay into the Draconian's face. This is probably, unless your dice really betray you, this is probably the end of him.
For 8, 11.
It is the end of him. So, unlike normal creatures, when a Draconian reaches 0, you don't get a choice whether or not to knock it out. It goes into this sort of thing. In this case, you club him and his head splits. Like you can see it kind of swings way too far to one side, which is normally you're like, okay, that's when they're dead. But its body starts to like shake, and his skin, his armor, his sword, everything about him in a flash of green light turns to stone.
Didn't know I could do that either. Been a good day. Grazakh will then amble off towards the next available combat.
All right. Lassiter on a 5. You
All right.
absolutely saw what happened to the boss.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. And the boss and the leader who I'm engaged with right now, they've both taken damage from acid, right? Or from the poison.
Yeah.
So I am going to step in to. Is he? Can we say he's engaged against the quasi dragon too? So, or am I still not able to do the sneak attack, hitting them vitals?
No, the pseudo dragon's not going to be close enough to. It's not stupid to get too close to that draconian.
I mean, I agree.
With 15 feet of spurt, he's definitely 10 feet back.
Okay, so I'm going to just go into 2-weapon fighting style, rapier, short sword. I'm going to hit the big guy with the rapier, hopefully. Nope. 13.
Nope. That is
But
not
the short sword, I'm going to swing at the boss that took some damage as well.
Okay.
I make a flurry of grand gestures to no avail.
To no avail. All right. Manon on a 5.
Am I able to move forward and actually aim at the pool and the last remaining guy?
Well, there's still a dude right in front of you.
Okay, so he is still
Not
directly in front of me?
Yeah. I mean, so you could, if you wanted to, you could move past him, but he's going to get a chance to stab you.
I'd prefer he not stab me.
Things that I do not want.
Yeah, so I'm going to breathe on him.
Barf! All right, yeah. So he makes the save or tries to. He'll take half damage. That's actually a decent roll.
Oh, that's upsetting.
Yeah.
Oh, that one went outside. Okay. I mean, that's awesome. So that's 12, 17.
Hell yeah! All right, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you give him it's like because there's no one else to try and angle it at. You're just like, like frat boy in the face, trying to just like layer on as much poison as you can. And like his eyes are all like hazed over. He's drooling. But then he lets out this like sweet grandmother voice of it's not over yet, darling.
Nightmare fuel.
Because that was a bonus action spell.
You can still move and do regular attacks.
Yep.
Because your bonus action of breathing the goo is not actually casting a spell. You can cast another spell. It is the spell has already been cast on you. You just now have for the next minute the ability to barf.
Yep.
Now you can't cast another concentration spell because then that one will go away.
Yeah. I'm going to. So I can just cast a regular another spell on him, right?
Yeah, because you have all your full set of actions. You just basically use your bonus action to barf at him.
Yeah. So I'm going to do what'll be fun. I'm going to do Mind Sliver on him, which is just a cantrip. It's an int save of 13.
All right. That's a failure.
And it's just a d6.
It's just.
Come on. And that's a 6.
All right. So you shoot your little mind sliver into his brain, and he just did that grandma squawk at you, and like the dearie goes dearie as he just sort of like from his brain outward. There's that green flash, and he's a stone statue.
Cool. I step around him and walk up to the pool.
Like and
You were like, and mind knives.
All right, so there are only 2 Draconians left. There's the one that's playing bodyguard by the cult leader, and the one that is trading. Oh, the one that's by Typhon that hasn't been hit yet. The one by Typhon that hasn't been hit yet will do his attacks. He's just gonna punch, stab. There's a 20 on the claw.
Just got me.
And nothing, and way not even close for the short sword. So claw is D4 plus 2. Slice for 6.
Okay.
And because you are seemingly a golem, it does not talk to you. It does not think that it can intimidate you in any way. Its instincts are not to do that to you.
Sweet.
The bodyguard one, he is going to, he's going to go ahead and do claw and stab at Lassiter because I can't. He would have to fly to get at the pseudo dragon. Like he would have to like fly up and then swing at the pseudo dragon, and it seems that would be way less effective than just stabbing the guy in front.
Has he not seen what I can do?
He apparently not. He hasn't yet. Does a 17 hit you?
Does a 17 hit me? Of course.
I was like, I'm pretty sure it does. Then short sword's way low. Well, short sword's a 14.
Yeah, they both hit.
Ooh.
No.
Uh-oh.
For a total of, the claw does 4 and the short sword does 6.
All right.
The stabbing and the slicing, and then he says to you that your worship your worship will come in the form of meat and bone.
That makes no sense.
Like, I don't get it. Quit stabbing me. On a 4, the severely poisoned and injured dragon's fist whispers something to the Boz Draconian. Lassiter, go ahead and give me a perception test, because you do know the language.
I do know the language. All right. Perception. Bleep, bleep, bleep. 16.
He says, hold on, this is for this is for her glory.
Oh, Jesus. This guy.
And he wraps his arm basically around the Boz's waist and starts to fly, like his big ass wings. He starts to fly up in the air with the Boz.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
You do at either of them. It is up to your choice. Basically, the Boz is being forced to be moved.
So I'm actually going to hit the Boz because he has taken some damage, and I feel like if I could turn him to stone, he would become a heavier weight.
All right.
And maybe,
I think he's trying to drop a stone. Trying to use him as a stone missile.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'll take that. So 23 to hit.
No, yeah, that'll hit.
And the damage is. Hold on. Is 10 points of damage.
All right.
So my question is, then if you're trying to get away, do I also can I roll my 2d6?
What, for sneak attack?
Yeah.
No, because you don't have advantage.
I'm just saying.
However, I do need you to make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw.
All right.
Because when you stabbed him, there's a flash of green light and he turns to stone.
Yay. I rolled a 19 plus 3, 22.
All right. So you are so fast with your attack that your sword goes in and out of him quickly enough that it doesn't get trapped in the stone when he flashes into stone.
Ooh, that's yay for that.
And the dragon fist lets out a very like almost an ironic chuckle, like the which brings us to at the end of the round, Pontalius over by the pool, which man, you're close by now.
Yep.
He looks down and goes, "Bloody hell, why?" At this giant 100-gallon pool of egg yolks.
Gross.
And then starts looking around like he's a little lost.
The charming wore off.
Great stuff.
Typhon, you're on a 20. Good
all
job.
right, back to the same attempt. So what's closest to me?
The unhurt Bos Draconian standing right in front of you.
Let's try this idiot. There we go. An 18 and a 20.
Yeah, natural 20.
Yep.
That's a crit, so it'll do double the dice and once of your strength mod or dex mod, depending on what you want to do.
So he takes 11 from that one.
All right. Now, before you roll the second one, do you want to do your flurry of blows?
Nope.
Okay.
So he takes 11 from that one, and he takes 10 from the second one.
All right. Well. Oh wow. Okay.
So 21 total.
So your second one, when it connects, he turns to stone. Like you punch him and he recoils back, and then he turns to stone.
Sweet.
You will note that no one who used bludgeoning weapons, there was no risk to having your weapon stuck.
Yeah.
Big brain move. Bugbear move right there.
All right. Well, that certainly changes things. Ixidor, 19.
Am I up at the pool?
Yeah. At this point,
Here, Pontalius?
the Pontalius is there, looking very confused. After saying, "Bloody why?" There is no other combatants. Almost all of the transformed have kind of like either died because of various fighting or have like almost shriveled up into like self-protection mode of hands overhead, like no. And all the Bos Draconians have been dealt with. The only thing that is really a combatant is the Dragon's Fist, who is flying about 10 feet in the air, holding a stone draconian and obviously struggling with it.
Ixidor becomes visible
Whoop.
and says, "My name is Ixidor, and we are here to rescue you," and then turns to the side and casts a bonfire on the pool.
It will smell like breakfast. I mean, like it is honestly, it's 100+ gallons of egg and yolk and some chemicals at the bottom. Like it's just, yeah. I mean, like it's gonna boil over and like become a big, gross fried egg omelet looking thing.
Okay.
The transformed will all let out shrieks and collectively suffer psychic damage equal to their hit points, and they will basically start going into comas.
Jesus. That was
Interesting.
Ixidor.
I was not expecting that.
And the Dragon's Fist lets out an angry sound and drops his statue early, so he does not have an opportunity to use it as a weapon. Because Ixidor was totally right. He was going to fly up high enough in the air where he could basically do vampiric touch to drain the life out of the draconian and drop its stone body on someone, doing a lot of damage. But in this case, he takes some psychic damage and drops it prematurely. Just kind of hits the ground and crumbles. and he flies. Continues to. He's gonna. Well, on his action, he will continue to fly.
He didn't get in too far. I got
Away,
it.
or is he going to attack Ixidor?
Well, we'll see where that. We'll see about that. Right now, it's just he dropped the body because he took damage and couldn't keep his grip.
I got this.
Hold
my flag.
Pseudo dragon on a 9.
Let's go, little guy.
Do you want to continue his thing? He will. He's got flight. He can keep up with him and keep barfing.
And he's a familiar, so he can't really die, right?
Well, Ixidor may feel differently about that.
I mean, yes, he can.
But unless Ixidor says otherwise, he will continue doing as instructed and being a happy little battle dragon. What do you say, Ixie?
It's you know, if Mana doesn't say anything, he's enjoying himself, you know, being a big bad dragon.
All right.
I go afterwards, so I can't say anything to stop him anyways.
Yeah. So yeah, he takes some more poison damage.
I love this tag team of creating our own mini dragon.
It's adorable.
Build the dragon.
All right, Grazakh, you are up. He is still alive. He's like you can see he's like there's like blue lines in his skin where the poison has really started to like kind of soak in.
How high in the air is he?
At this point, maybe 15 feet up.
So I have an extra 5 foot of reach. Could I hit him?
I would say with a basic athletic roll, you could do a jumping swing and absolutely connect.
There is nothing that would make Grazakh happier than that.
Off the top ropes.
All right.
Gonna lope forward and leap off the pool.
All right.
Roll
Leap. You're using the pool as a stepping stone?
Yeah.
Disadvantage, it's covered in boiling egg.
Yeah, that'd be a terrible plan. Okay. 14.
Yeah, it was easy to get. You only got to get like 6 feet up.
And then yeah, try and crack one. It's like an egg.
Oh.
I hit a 21.
He was a 16. You may roll your damage, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to be enough.
Rolled a 2 again, so reroll that. 9 points of damage.
Easily enough to bring him into the death zone area. He is not a draconian, so you actually get the choice if you want to basically bring him down with.
Bring him down the hard way.
Okay. Well, it was gonna be the hard way either way because he also is gonna fall 15 feet and then land and without making a landing, and there had been more falling damage, and yeah, so he's very dead. Between your club and him falling, like his wings all bent like that Jeepers Creepers monster, like he's just all.
Grazakh will kick some of the hard-boiled eggs on him and go, should have said something stupid.
You're so mean. All right. At this point, everyone is out of combat. The transformed have all become basically like mindless ooze dripping, like their transformation is halted where it's at, and they're effectively vegetables. Like they're just like
That is
after a few minutes, the draconians that hadn't broken just kind of crumble, almost like no one's touching them. And it's very spooky. Like if you're like looting the bodies or like Pontalius, you okay? And like over here, you hear as it just kind of collapses, and you're like, what's going on? As they turn to dust.
Ooh.
All right, what do you guys have going on?
I walk up to Pontalius and introduce myself as Manon-as of the Chosen Crew, and we've been looking for him.
What am I doing here? What is this mess? Who are all you? Manon, you say?
Yes, and we were hoping you could shed some light on all of
What
that.
did you last remember?
I was drinking wine with
Checks out.
I was having a drink with one of the students from the college, discussing matters of great import, and then there were lizard men everywhere. I remember that, and then wings, and now I'm here. I need a smoke. Where's my pipe? He pulls out this beautiful, elegant alabaster pipe, and snaps his fingers a couple of times until eventually a spark happens, like magic spark. But it didn't seem like it worked right away. And then he starts puffing away, and this just plume of deep gray smoke comes out, and he takes this long. Now tell me again why you're here and why I'm here and why is this place so hellish?
We're not exactly sure where we are. We're kind of hoping you could tell us that. But why we're here is you. We've come to rescue you.
Did Captain Sorrel send you?
We may have pissed Captain Sorrel off on the way to rescuing you.
It's understandable. He's a deplorable creature.
You may have irritated Captain Sorrel.
That also checks out.
Well, I came to the
That
planet.
also checks out.
I came to this planet as intended, upon his orders.
That's what we're trying to figure out. Why did he want you here?
There were maps that needed to be acquired, which I have acquired them, of course.
And then why did these people want you?
Because I'm supremely more intelligent than they are, of course.
Well, I mean, everybody is.
Interesting. You, sir, are a golem. But you're not. Whose is this?
He is his.
You've given it sentience.
Can we simply return this man to his dragon friend so we can continue with our mission?
I have my dragon friend. Dragons are to be studied. They're to be learned from. They are not fed.
Yes.
So he's our cartographer, right? This is our guy.
We
No.
literally came here for him.
No, I thought the blue guy is the cartographer, and he wouldn't come with us till we rescued this guy.
So that was the official party line. At this point, Manon is thinking that this guy is the cartographer that we were actually sent to find.
Yes. I think we were wrong. I agree. I'm with Manon.
Okay.
Well, my satchel's inside somewhere. It's not on me. It has to be nearby. If I may get my things before you abscond with me, as
Well, we
everyone
also
else
like
seems
to
to be
take a-
absconding with me today.
There's been a lot of that. I think we should take a moment and kind of investigate and survey this area, see if there's any other fun little goodies, right?
Vladican creature, you, the toy. Come on, chop chop.
Typhon
Things are heavy.
patently ignores him.
Yeah. Yeah, we should investigate the area.
Your Urza's device is broken.
Do any of us know the name Urza?
But because
It's malfunctioning and it requires some cleaning. It stinks of burnt egg out here. Please, come on. Let's go.
yeah,
Buddy.
All right.
I
Grazakh,
mean, I'm already in that mindset of like pilfering.
Grazakh will stand up from pilfering and smacking around the dragon claw.
Go.
get your stuff now. Understand? No, walk.
And then he's going back to pilfering.
Are adorable.
I hear that a lot. Thank you. Get your things.
Manon is getting.
War Master will be glad to know you are out and about doing such a good job.
Manon is getting awful flashbacks to her childhood of the very snobby upper class in House Orion.
He goes into the shack and goes, like, you hear an almost feminine squeal. Ah! And he steps back out again, backwards, as if like recoiling from something.
Okay. What seems to be the problem now, oh absconded one?
Perhaps I was a bit premature in my dealings with you and yours. I would appreciate some assistance, please.
Okay. I observe what I go look and see what he's got going on. What scared him?
You look inside, and there is well, I mean, for lack of a better term, a giant snake wrapped around a big, like a leather satchel. Like it's like holding his stuff. And it's just kind of staring at the door, hissing at you.
I'll walk over and pick it up since snakes can't hurt me.
Unless it's an electric snake or a giant constrictor.
I'll risk
Go ahead and do an animal handling. Give it a try. I mean, you're not showing any fear because you're like, it can't hurt me.
Wow, my animal handling is actually decent.
Of course, it's based on
that's a 17.
Yeah, so it is just basically an animal. And because you're sort of a robot, like it's that whole thing of most animal problems come from misreading human signals. So you give off no human signals. You just like walk over and you're like, all right, there we go. And it sort of like kind of was like, oh, hey, my roost has moved, and just sort of curls around your arm. And you walk out with it, and Pontalius backs away from you. Oh dear.
So I'll switch the satchel to the hand without the snake, and I'll hand him his satchel.
Thank you. He puts the satchel on, like goes through it a little bit to make sure that it's everything's in order, or at least like, and you hear some things rattle around in there, and like he's got stuff. But yes, we should probably be on our way then.
Hey, wait, you got your stuff. Let's see what else there is here to abscond with, if you will.
Oh, the pillaging part of the process. Captain Sorrel has done many raids. I am well aware of how this process is. I will stand back and stay out of your way, as that I have learned this is not my forte.
Perfect.
And he steps back and just kind of clumps his little fingers together and occasionally takes a big draw off his pipe.
All right. Check the tent and the other tents and the body of the big guy, which I think Grazakh was already kind of like.
Yep. Looking for anything.
Ixidor, you have cast magic, detect magic at will? Is that right?
I can, yeah.
Yep. All right. So there are in the shack, there are 2 scimitars that have silver-edged blades. They look almost like ritual in nature. 45 gold pieces. The Dragon's Fist had another one of those cast out of adamant Tiamat symbols, or Takhisis symbols. And then 4 plus, magical daggers.
Or magic.
Only to save time and effort, they're +1 daggers. There's nothing special about them other than they are +1 daggers. a worn and ancient adamant key that looks. How did I describe it? It basically looks like a like the finger of a like dragon's foot, and on the side there are the draconic numerals for 213 inscribed in it. And if whoever's writing down that key, it is item number B2, beta 2.
Okay, hold on. Inscribed with numbers 2, 1, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Item number
Baker 2.
Baker 2. Okay, thank you.
No problem. And inside the shack, which the snake was partially coiled around, is a very weird set of wires and overlapping glass plates and sketches and sigils that don't seem to make a whole lot of sense when you look at it initially. But you're pretty sure it might be some kind of like
Disco ball?
what?
Like a disco ball?
Almost like maybe some kind of like three-dimensional compass.
Like an astrolabe?
Kinda, except more to it than that. Like an astrolabe with 4 dimensions.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Ask Petroleum or
Pontalius.
if he's familiar with it.
Oh, quite. I do believe that's what I came here for. I believe that's what Captain Sorrel wanted me to get my little fingers on. To verify its veracity. Veracitize its truth.
Does he have a cuff on?
Pontalius? He does not. He's got a fine smoking jacket and a belt.
But like the lizard men.
But he's not property of.
He does not look like he isn't wearing any of the symbols of the whole Nasher, none of the ownership bands.
Okay.
But yes, I do believe that is what Captain Sorrel wished for me to find on this wonderful place.
Gross.
What is it?
Well, that would be one of the. It's a map.
Map of what?
More of a map of where. I don't suppose you are well versed in traversing spheres.
No, but
We're getting there.
we've a little bit.
Without one of these, one could get lost in the phlogiston for ever.
That checks out.
So let me. Grapes. Can I take a look at this device?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he's not in any position to like stop you. I mean, he's
Dang right. Dang right he's not. The only reason I say that because I like under my tools, I do have a cartographer's tool set, a forgery kit. Not that I use those things, ladies and gentlemen. But I'd like to investigate it to see what.
It reminds you of almost like a 3-dimensional version of all those travel logs back on the Small Jammer.
Ah, okay.
Like how the travel logs were almost like equation based.
Yep.
Like you could kind of create part of the equation if you knew where you were going.
So Typhon does have navigation and a navigator's kit. So I'm assuming I can use this thing.
It basically is effectively you need 3 pieces of the puzzle. You need the destination key. You need to know where you're going from, which is where your navigation kit really comes into play, and then you need the translation of the map. So you now have 2 parts of going effectively anywhere in the phlogiston. The only part you need is the end result. And that requires normally some divine, like auguries and things like that to come up with that part of the equation, but it's doable. And a lot of well-traveled places, people will know how to get there. Like if you looked at a captain of a ship and said, "Hey, we want to stop at Shard Space to go visit Manon's family, have a little sit down, little tete-a-tete," they would know how to get to that sphere. If somebody was like, "Hey, let's go to the Dread Nebula," they'd be like, "You're an idiot, but yeah, okay, let's give it a shot."
I mean, you're an idiot, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to, sign over all of your stuff first, and then we'll never see you again. But sure, give it a go. It's when things get really hinky is when it's something that's like, I'm looking for a specific broken asteroid belt between spheres. That's when it's going to require some actual, like, someone who's either been there or, you follow the pirate treasure map to, like, 3 different places before you get to the 4th one. Questy type stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and that makes sense. And plus with the odd gibberish draconic book, maybe there's some deeper clues we could dig out of there.
That's not a terrible idea.
Cool.
Yes.
Is that pretty much the extent of the goods that we potentially can find here?
Yeah, everything else is more or less mundane crap. Like, obviously if you wanted to strip them all naked, you could get some robes and, like, boots and stuff, sandals. Gross.
Throw them in the giant omelet.
But how do we plan to alleviate ourselves from this hellhole?
Teleportation.
Well, that is beyond my capabilities. So one of you could be so kind as to teleport us away. That would be fantastic.
Let's go back to the teleport jammy.
The what now?
We're going back to the teleportation circle.
The teleport jammy. That's what it's called.
The jammy, the John, if you would, in the original Draconic.
Ah, I see. Portal hoppers. Yes. Well then, I'm at your mercy because I have no idea where one would be.
Let's go to there.
And this ship is not space-worthy.
Yeah, it's non-functional, so.
It would take me a long time to get this up and running. And that's saying something, as that I am an expert in many things.
I have a feeling we're going to hear that a lot.
It's tattooed on his back, like across his shoulders, like Thug Life. It's I am an expert in many things.
All right, so back to the.
I don't suppose anyone has an apricot brandy with them, perhaps.
I reach in, I take off my hat, and I reach in, and I pull out a live rat, and I say, "Rat."
Are we doing word association? Vermin.
And then I just eat it. As we walk back to the circle.
Ugh.
What a strange little man. I must thank you for rescuing me from these horrible things.
I must ask you how you came to be in the service of Captain What's-a-Butt.
Sarl.
Yes.
What's-a-Butt is the gully dwarf captain. That
What's-a-Butt?
The most feared tiny pirate.
Oh my god, that'd be so great. My name is Captain What's-a-Butt. For whatever reason, all gully dwarfs in my head are from, like, Brooklyn. I'm not sure why. They're all from, like, Jersey or Brooklyn. Every time
I was about to say, they all kind of sound like they're from Jersey to me. So
yeah, like, I can't help it, and it's not even like it's not saying anything against, like, Jersey folk. It's just like
yeah, buddy.
I want to give them that accent, Step back. Get back where you're going. All right. Sorry. What were we talking about with the Loxodon? Oh, how he became I was hired by Captain Sorrel from my previous captors. They
From your previous captors.
Well, yes, I fell into the wrong hands. I surrendered at the wrong time. It was a terrible idea. But it did save me the lash, and I have seen way far more of existence, I suppose. I discovered there was more to our world than just the plains upon we walk. And then something about a mother of dragons, which is silly, but
Blasphemy.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let us go.
Your construct is correct. We should leave.
Woo, woo.
Everyone is fortunate that I don't have feelings to hurt.
You're such a he you know what? Knowing he is actually super interested. Like he you start walking and he like kind of doesn't lockstep with you, but he stays close and he's sort of like, you guys might see him kind of lag behind because he's leaning over trying to check out like your hip joints. And like he's
I feel uncomfortable.
He's interested in in how he's put together.
I would think that he would be familiar with this, like knowing that there are things like Karn from his planet, like.
Oh, yeah,
he did call you an Urza. He did call you an Urza.
He doesn't say.
Yeah, but Karn is not a construct. Karn is real. Karn is like an AI.
It's also like 1 in a billion.
Precisely. That's like basically saying that you're a godlike creature walking around amongst him.
Well, I mean, I am.
It is easier to believe. It is easier to believe that you're just somebody's golem, that you're somebody's clockwork toy.
I understand this because flesh bags they have emotional connections and
so weird
feelings.
Although he will look at Manon and go, so how did this escape the forges, the artificers, and be given this free concepts of thought and process.
Typhon has always been what Typhon is.
Ah, philosophy it is. We will need far more drink for a topic like that.
God. Discontinue audio. Typhon just shuts off his audio.
All right, so you get up to the teleport circle, and I assume...
Ixodor.
I mean, there's only one way to go.
I was going to say...
I was about to say, the nice thing is they made this way easy for us, so...
Just send him the R just for a second.
It doesn't work that way.
I mean, if we send him with Typhon in the ring, Typhon won't get...
That's true. It doesn't affect me.
Then he can bring him back.
Nice. All right, so you trigger back to the shrine, and there's 20 people waiting for you in the beginning. You get there, and it's just as if you left it. There's a blood. Now, there is no body where the dragon's claw, where you had left him smushed. His body's gone.
Okay.
Yep.
And there's definitely drag marks that show it, like somebody claimed the body and drug it back towards the staircase. And upon seeing the shrine and the bloodstain and looking around, Pontalius goes, I vaguely remember this, just slightly.
It's not worth remembering. Unload information to him.
I believe we're going the right way. Yes, we must be.
And that's that
There's
Cartographer.
only one way.
All right, so now we're gonna now that we're back in the temple.
Mm-hmm.
I think we make our way back to the Dragon Centaur.
Asterix.
Asterix.
Yes. And I thoroughly don't trust him.
Now, are you discussing this out loud? Or is this player talk?
I don't think Exodor would try to hide that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asterix. A long blue gentleman, well, not gentleman, a Dracon.
Yes.
Yeah.
He claimed you were friends and traveling companions.
We drank together one evening. He knows his drink.
That checks out.
Yep.
You have met him.
Well, yeah, we discussed.
You're not friends. You didn't come to this planet together.
No, of course not. No, from what I understand, he lives at the university. I've been here. I came here to find that map right there. He kind of points to the ball that you guys have. I came here for that, and that's why Captain Sarl sent me down.
This is a trap.
This is a trap. You're right.
Next
Yeah.
we need a ship.
Yep. So,
Sorry.
as I suspected, do not trust Asterix. I don't think he
He
is
seems
who
friendly
you sent
enough.
me.
He sold you out, my friend.
He intends to abscond with you, and most likely the map you were sent to find.
Well, far be it from me to shy away from a challenge. I believe we should directly confront this individual, turn him into the proper authorities, and then we can discuss the situation with Captain Saul.
Or
Hide away from a snake.
How many men does Captain Sarl have at his command?
None. It's a ship full of lizards.
How many lizards does he have?
I counted more than 12, less than 50.
Okay, well, we've already taken care of his sort of muscle, and we took care of, what, 5 of the lizard men, and then we let 2 go? Or Ben let, 2 or 3 go.
And bribed him.
I'll let 3. They work for me now. Thank you.
Right, sorry. Ben's crime syndicate is growing. Who was the big one that was their boss that we killed?
Right. And I have.
Oh, that was correct.
Yeah, so I'll say to
What?
Pontalius that we killed Krut.
Grazakh will reach in his backpack.
See this little room right here?
What do you have?
I have scales and teeth in his wrist blade or his wrist thing.
Well,
Crap out of him is great.
he lets out like little trumpety sound. We need drinks, and then we must discuss. This is potentially a larger problem than you know.
Sorrel's going out of business too. You're gonna get absconded the easy way or the hard way. You can figure that out on the walk home.
I gotta check into my pickle business.
And I think that's actually a really good point to pause and
transition to the pickle business running. I mean,
yeah,
that's gonna take at least.
we'll do the fast forward to the pickle business.
Yeah.
No, I think that heading up top side for a drink and a discussion is a great place to stop, because you all get the impression, just because this is I like to do the dun dun dun. You all get the impression that Pontalius, although being kind of buffoony, kind of noble, like I live by my money and my wares,
British aristocracy style.
yeah, little Loxodon aristocracy. He when you said that you killed Krut and you showed him the van brace of ownership, he legitimately, like, the color left his face, like that little trumpety sound he made didn't seem like it was like he wasn't exaggerating. It was a legitimate, like it's a kid's like a kid crying in fear. This is the grown up version out of a Loxodon. whatever what he when he said that you don't really know what you may have done,
That's so true.
it is so unbelievably true as far as
Oh yeah, that story 100% checks out.
totally checks out.
You guys don't know what you do. You're right.
As if this was a TV episode. Before the credits actually roll, it pans away to two Gith Yankee that you guys met at the bar.
Buying pickles.
Buying pickles. You guys, but they are kneeling on the deck of a very it's covered in silver and gold, and it's almost like made from it's mostly made from precious metals, and there's gemstones for buttons. They're kneeling on the deck in front of a bedecked. He's just like covered in jewelry and extravagance. Another Gith Yank who's pointing a very long silver sword at them and says, "How dare you? You've lost one of my ships." And the one who, Lassiter, if you remember, he was the captain between the two, says, "Commodore, we know where it is. It just can't move. But we have an idea," and that's when the credits would roll.
All right. Foolish Gith.
Dun, dun, dun.
I forgot we had the ship in the desert we were gonna steal.
All right, so at the end of every game, for the viewers who are just checking in, I go through and I ask a bunch of questions of my players because it helps me know what they're where they're coming along, and it's also how I kind of measure their growth as characters and whether or not I'm doing the right thing. So we will start with, I need to roll more than a d4 because there are 5 of you.
Need to roll a d5?
We're going to start with Ben today. What did the audience learn about Grazakh today in this episode?
That he almost died. I don't know. I think one of the character things that I rolled or picked out, I forget which, was that he likes a good insult. So tried to keep my banter up. I think Grazakh kind of has the feeling that there's a lot of times that he's kind of hanging in the back, and he's like, "No, we're just gonna do this. This is the right way."
All right. What did the audience learn about Manon?
I don't think anything new came out today.
Oh, I can think of something.
I don't know. Stop it.
Your dog knows.
No, I really can't think of anything. I think it was mostly just kind of following that one track again.
I'm going to step in and tell you what, if I were the audience, what I would recognize is Manon is a stone cold killer. You did some nasty stuff in earlier episodes, but it was basically, here's one spell, bam! This was, you were in combat, and you're like, oh, no, me and the pseudo-dragon, we're going to vomit poison for an hour. And, that dragon that's breathing down my neck, speaking in spooky voice, I'm going to mind splinter him to death. Without even a second thought. It's, Manon but in that same regard, you're talking about back with Theo and with Theodore and the dragon finger, or the dragon's claw.
Dragon finger.
Dragon
That's my
finger.
title.
I'm
a 3rd generation dragon finger.
Second run. Yeah, but you were like, you actually were thinking things through, wasn't it? But it's like when combat happens, you're just like, no. I'm okay with melting everyone's brain. Brain melting is right is in there. If I were the audience, that would be me. If this was a TV show, I would be sitting next to Natalie and I'd look over and be like, that one's gonna kill somebody important someday. What did the audience learn about Ixidor?
That he eats rats.
I mean, I've done that many times. We've all seen it. I mean, they're delicious.
I just like how there's a never-ending pocket dimension of rats in your hat.
Literally, the magic item I got is the Hat of Vermin.
Oh,
It has the ability to eat one vermin. You know,
Yeah,
it can
it's
do
the,
things
it's
other
the
than rats.
there's a pouch. What is it? The pouch of many things or something that like 3 out of them is like one's a rabbit and one's like an owl, and it's like
Bag of tricks.
the bag of tricks. There it is. It's the same idea, except the hat's better because it's always food for him.
Yes, and it's literally called a Hat of Vermin.
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah, you can get a bat, a frog, or a rat.
Yeah, all tasty things.
And it tries to get away from you as quickly as possible, which is one of my favorite things.
Yeah, it's not even like, oh, here's something useful, like go get the prison key. It's just like squeak.
So it literally just makes
Tasty morsels.
Yeah. All right, so we'll do that. You know, since I just gave a full description of the Hat of Vermin and how you in your home campaign can use it to feed your strangest character.
Yeah. What did the audience know about Lassiter?
I think the audience learned that Lassiter also is a little darker than he lets on. I mean, we already know that he definitely has murder hobo tendencies.
Tendencies?
Just tendencies. They're not legit full blown. But there's possibly, you know, he's got a mission. He whatever it takes.
He's willing to tap dance over that line a little bit.
Yeah, you know, alignment is malleable.
Great.
What did the audience learn about Typhon?
My totally sweet spring attack.
Yeah. The I'm going to go over there now.
Yeah, last week when you had us, or 2 weeks ago when you had us level up, like I was talking to Rick and I was like, I don't know what I should pick, and one was because I have all like the built-in weaponry that I haven't used. I was gonna take there's a feat that gives you like you can pick any 6 weapon proficiencies that you want. And I was like, should I take that one? And then I was like, I don't know, the athlete one seems really good. I was like, because of my strength, like I can basically jump 30 feet up or like 60 feet in any direction. And he was like, I think you should definitely take that.
I think you should definitely be a bouncing robot. All right, what did Grazakh learn this episode?
That he could turn guys into stone when he hits them with his club.
Yeah, no, he has a lot of cool special powers.
He's one of the great finishers now.
No, yeah. This one takes me a second. We fought a lot, so.
I knew this was going to be a combat-heavy episode.
Yeah. But definitely, like, Grazakh definitely doesn't dig, like, when people call Typhon property, if that makes sense.
All right.
You know, in kind of voicing that and kind of keeping, you know, his control on things, I think is kind of something that he's like, all right, like, we can't get pushed around by the new guy. Like, I'm in charge. So.
There's only one pickle baron.
What did Manon learn?
And Manon learns that she does not like Pontalius.
Oh, he's going to grow on you.
I don't think that's true.
Like a fungus.
He may accidentally sit on you.
Right? Like, it's going to be a struggle for her to not hurt him.
Oh. Which goes back to our first thing. What did Ixidor learn?
Ixidor learned that something bigger is going on than he thought. There's it's almost a conspiracy. Like there's just something way under this. There's so much more than just go find this guy and you just happen to find these cultists. No, there's a lot more to it.
All right. Well, about Lassiter, what did Lassiter learn?
I'm going to kind of fall in line with Ixidor on that, is that there are powers working behind the scenes that are probably in line with what we're trying to do. We've been consigned to or captured ourselves, absconded to fulfill a prophecy. But we were never really told what other agencies were involved or potentially involved in all this, or would have interest in this as well. And I think we're learning that. And I think it's more than just the one we just met. I think there's probably multiple agencies running about.
But it might be like something about the tempo setting of creation is important to some people.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What did Typhon learn?
Typhon is learning that flesh beings are myriad and seem as if they move in a million directions at once. They are very fluid, and even though some of them look similar, they don't think the same way.
Okay. All right. You can't lump them together just because they look alike.
True. And then he also realizes that it seems like a lot of, not necessarily the group, but the people he's run into because of them don't necessarily follow logic. Like he likes Menon because Menon talks to him like, he's everybody else, and she seems like she's like him. She's mission oriented. And he gets Ixodor because Ixodor wants to collect information, and like he's very ordered in his thinking. Lassiter, he's kind of like not sure how to process him because it seems like he's unpredictable. There are times where he wants to talk to people. There are times where he disappears. There are times where he goes full murder hobo / terrorist, which is seems odd to his programming. He likes Grazakh. He thinks Grazakh is like on the right page. It's more his delivery, but he understands that he understands that everyone's different, and it seems like Grazakh is trying to do the right thing.
But occasionally he says things that are just patently false.
True. So the logic thing goes out the window. So yeah. So Typhon's trying to keep everyone like ordered in his thinking. So.
All right. What did Ben learn?
It's going to take me a minute. Really thinking.
If you would like, you always get one pass, and we can come back.
Again, I'm kind of just sticking on the fact that my character almost went kaput.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Like, it's kind of know where the healing comes from. A little more about the dynamic instead of just being like, oh, like Rick sneak attack stuff, and that's cool with me. So
you're like, I'm all right with that.
Yeah. So growing in that direction.
Ben, have you played a 5Ed game before?
Once.
Okay, so just as a side note to bring you up to speed completely, what would happen if you hit 0 hit points? Unless you hit 0 hit points and the total damage you take will put you in negative your maximum hit points. So like your current maximum is 40.
Okay.
So unless something brought you to negative 40 in a single hit, you go into what's called death saves.
Okay.
And death saves are every round you roll a d20 and you get a half chance of whether or not you're starting to get better or you're starting to get worse. If you get to 3 of either of those, 3 bad ones, you die. 3 good ones, you're basically set back to 1 hit point, and you're kind of like, what? I'm okay, kind of. If you are ever hit during that time, it is an automatic failed death save. And if you are ever healed, you are automatically brought out of death saves and put at whatever hit points you are. So that's what would have happened if you would have taken any more damage.
I mean, regardless, like be like, oh shit, like here's almost 30 damage in a couple shots.
Yeah, no, a couple of those dice were. I looked at when I was looking at it, I was like, oh, okay, so they get advantage next to each other. All right, what's that other one? Oh, they get 2 extra dice of damage on one of their attacks if it's with advantage. Okay, then. Yeah.
Cult member seems like a decent class.
I mean, I don't know if all the benefits are there. It's that whole you got to drink from the oak pool eventually. So,
egg.
What did Clover learn?
Yeah. So I learned there's a lot more going on with the storyline. Like, originally I thought, oh, so like the Dragon Poultice thing will be like a short thing in the beginning to get us moving along. But I definitely think it's going to be a longer plot line.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be a lot of fun, especially since I have a feeling that the room that we went to with like the 22 symbols is probably going to end up being a place that we're either going to see or interact with again.
And come back to at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Chris? What'd you learn?
I think that I am finally kind of getting a little handle on how the 5th edition is trying to differentiate people's abilities.
Okay.
You know, I very specifically am playing against the class, but it's interesting that the Celestial Warlock Pact is allowing that to happen. It's interesting. You know, I'm interested to actually see an actual like dedicated healer because I have a lot of healing.
As shown with when certain abilities cross over, people can take crazy amounts of damage really fast.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of stuff there's a lot of synergy that's out there, especially with some of the non-standard monsters, like the monsters that came out in like Rise of the Dragon Queen and Storm of Giants, and some of those monsters that came out with those. There's a lot of really crazy combos that if you're a mean DM, that they can really put down the hurt on someone pretty quick. So it's good to have a healer. It was one of the things I was actually worried about initially. I was like, there's no paladin, there's no first aid kits, and healing potions only go so far. You know, so it is good to have a healer on hand, even if it's not a maxed out level kind of, you know, patch him up kind of guy. What about you, Rick? What'd you learn?
What did Rick learn tonight?
Yeah.
Rick learned tonight that you are using alignment.
But in 5th ed, alignment is mostly a suggestion because there's really no, you know, it's protection from evil doesn't actually protect you against evil classes. You know, it is more for me when someone starts to stray away from things. It allows me to kind of nudge them towards perhaps plot points.
Sure.
That kind of thing. It's more along the lines of, because I have no problem with a character going evil. If it happens, it happens. But that means that you're going to probably have, you may end up having that letter in the middle of the night from the Lich that says, kill your friends. You know, like, kill your friends and join me by my side. You know.
I think I have that, actually.
I literally had that moment in a game one time, and it was the best game of all time.
So that's it. I generally don't like having a lot of evil in a game because it normally ends up being almost like who can one up each other to be more evil. But a gentle slide, sometimes that's pretty cool.
So just so you guys have a better understanding of like how I view it is, we're given a mission. I may be neutral good, but if I'm confronted against a cultist that obviously we know is evil, that's changing beings into something gross and whatever, my definition of what's good and what's evil is maybe a little obscured because you know, we've got a mission that is going to have a good ending, but we may have to take.
You're also not lawful
dodge.
You know, you're not on the, you're not even lawful neutral. I mean, you're not on that scope. So I get it. I just was giving you a little bit of a warning that psychic torture is edgy. It's a little edgelordy. Jake, what did you learn?
Specific to this game. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting playing in a 5th ed game where there's a bunch of people who haven't played a lot of 5th ed. It's kind of cool seeing everybody kind of like, you know, find different things and, you know, understand new bits. I mean, like the fact that I keep screwing up withholding. I mean, because like I said, we have a house rule that we use, so we don't use the withholding that's in the book. But it's I don't know what I've learned. I think the biggest thing for us is the fact that I feel like I don't know how to explain it. I feel like just now, like now that we finally have the Loxodon, I feel like we're at that point where we have, it's like the scene in the Fellowship where they have the Fellowship meeting and they're like, yeah, so there's this ring and it's bad news, and they're like, oh, I don't understand. We should use this, and it's like, no, you should take this ring and get rid of it. And they're like, okay. So like I feel like we've just gotten our mission. Like the first adventure was like the guy on the boat being like, hey, here's this ring, and then we're like, oh, what do we do with this ring? And he's like, you'll figure it out.
The prologue is now over, and you've officially started the first chapter.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right, then, Ben, as soon as you unmute yourself. Oh, nope, he's leaving. Goodbye, Ben.
Ben's out. I'm done.
All right.
So our last question, which is my favorite question, the one that I actually participate in as well, is the shed a spotlight on something or someone that is not directly involving your character that shows that you are enjoying the rest of the game around you.
I like the dragon and the acid. That was cool. I didn't even understand what was going on. Then I was like, oh, that's significantly neater than I was expecting. Just the whole, I don't know. Are you a sorcerer? Yeah. Yeah. Like, so I was like, spell points, like twin spell. I don't even know what that is, but.
That's cool.
I was like, oh, that's neat. Like, that's fun.
Well, and I like the Dragon's Breath is random. Like, God's forbid you would have gotten fire. They're all resistant to fire. So you were like, oh, save for almost nothing. All right, so Clover, go ahead and cast your spotlight.
I liked Lassiter desperately trying to convince them to join Ixidor's religion. Although the first time he tried, I was convinced he was going to try to get them to worship Ixidor.
Oh, I didn't even...
I was fully convinced he's going to be like, look, there's a little dragon right here.
Dang it.
Oh, that would be great. And Rick's like, oh, missed opportunity.
So every time he did that, I was like, oh, I'm loving it. If just one of these cultists is like, you know what? You're right.
Chris, go ahead and do spotlight.
My favorite part continues to be every time Grazakh just accepts something as, of course he could do that. Like, hits a guy turns his head, like, oh yeah, of course I could do that. That's great. I didn't know I could do that. Ben, you play it so well. It's utterly enjoyable. Utterly enjoyable.
All right, Rick, spotlight's all yours.
I would like to say that so between Ixidor and Manon tonight, I really enjoyed the where they come together, working with the pseudo dragon, and but also I really like Manon's because I like the whole idea of melting minds and being in people's heads.
Really?
On that same
it's almost like I'm like, this is literally the person I was meant to walk these planes with, to just get all the information from everything. I need all the mystery solved, and she's going to help me do this.
All right. On that same topic, I did look up the Ring of Mind Shielding earlier. It gives you telepathy to someone,
right?
And they cannot resist it, but it doesn't mean that you can force your will upon them.
No, I just want to keep saying that.
You just basically be conversationally annoying in their head.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I want to make sure you were aware of that.
Yeah. I mean, I do.
Know that you could make the ring disappear at will.
Yeah.
That's so weird. It's such a weird little, like, I dig it, but it's a weird little.
And you read the last part of it too, right?
Yeah.
So if that ever happens, I want to become a Typhon.
You're like, that's what it is.
So yeah, Manon and Ixidor, that whole teaming up, and then mind melts. I'm all about it.
My favorite part of that was the fact that I did not remember the dragon breath thing until you cast it. When you first said it, I was just like, oh, she knows what she's doing. Chris, did not remember. I'm sure Exodor did.
All right, Jake, you got the spotlight.
I would say I think I'm going to kind of echo Rick. I think that I liked the Voltron action between Ixodor, Menon, and the pseudo dragon. Like that was great. And then Menon, when she went all like fucking ninja mind razors and like started murdering guys, like I was like, okay, did not expect that. Like you're like, okay, look at the party. You're like, okay, so Ixodor's probably gonna cast some crazy spells. He's got a dragon. Like Lassiter's gonna sneak him and murder some dudes. Grazakh's just gonna smash guys in the face. I was like, okay, and then you're like, oh no, actually, Manon is the wild card. She's by far the most dangerous person in the party.
Yeah, definitely don't get on her bad side.
So in fifth ed, my spotlight is actually going to be Manon's Chaos Bolt.
Yeah, that spell is bananas, by the way.
Because for me personally, the way that the whole if you reduce 0 hit points as a fifth ed player character, you can choose whether or not they die, that sort of thing. I leave that up to the type, but basically like what's doing the damage. And when it comes to, and this is something, man, you get to know now as I'm unveiling some secrets to you. Psychic damage, I do a 50-50 chance, is whether or not they die or they pass out. And that's so basically the dude with the ring at the very beginning when you dissonant whispered him and all that psychic damage went right to his noggin. He was like at -12. As far as like, it wasn't enough to just like straight up insta-give him, but like it was enough that he was just like, oh no, this sucks. And so I rolled to see if whether or not he was going to be unconscious or dead, and he ended up being unconscious. That was fine. But like every other instance where someone takes to 0 damage for psychic, it's a back and forth. Unless it's something like fire or a lightning bolt, or in the case of the Chaos Bolt, just direct poison damage to, I'm like, you can't really poison someone to, I just want them to be a little dead, So in most instances, I'm going to end up saying that you get the choice. A lot of magic is kind of depending on the circumstance. But I'm definitely casting a poison Chaos Bolt. I just, again, there are so many cool spells in 5th ed that you get relatively early on. And I think that they beat out, hands down, some of the ones that, like, if everyone says are the staple, you got to have Magic Missile, you got to have Scorching Ray, you got, like, the ones that everybody says these are the must-haves. I think they're missing out on the Witch Bolts, they're missing out on Chaos Bolts, missing out on Dragon's Breath, little things like that are almost as much flavor as they are badassery. So
that's what I like. Because I play a lot of caster classes,
okay,
but I try to flavor them around a specific type of magic.
Gotcha.
And it makes them play so differently, and that's what I like about them.
Yeah. All right, so let's, first off, thank you, everybody. That was awesome. Let's go ahead and do the round robin real quick to tell people where they can find you if they want to send you some happy grams and Insta likes or whatever. Let's go ahead and start with Rick.
All right, hey everybody. Again, I'm Rick with Rick Rolls America. You can find me on all of the social media platforms that currently exist, except for Pinterest, as Rick Rolls America. And so if you are ever interested, jump on there and tell me about your friendly local game store. I'd like to hear about them.
So you could eventually come see it.
Correct.
Speaking of, Jake, tell them about your spot.
So I own Alpha Mega Hobby in Quincy, which is part of Metro Boston. We've basically been doing all online business during all this that's going on now. We've now started doing curbside as we move into phase 1, and then phase 2 is supposed to be in like, I think 10 days or something. And then we can technically start having people in the shop again, which would be nice. But if people need anything, like obviously hit us up at alphamegahobby.com, or you can find us on Facebook. It's facebook.com/alphamegahobby.com. We're happy to send stuff. Anyway, we literally sent stuff to a guy in Hawaii the other day, and I was like, listen, man, I love the business, but there's got to be a local gaming store you can support. He was like, nope, you're the only one that has it. I was like, all right, I'll send it to you. So.
And then otherwise, if they would have sent it to you personally, everything is Sanguinary Oz.
Yeah, absolutely.
right, Ben.
All right. Yeah, alphamegahobby.com for me. Ben at alphamegahobby.com. If you want to email me and tell me that I'm the greatest bugbear ever, you may.
All other information is futile.
Bear Claw, the L's a 1 on Instagram. I'm painting a ton of Warhammer stuff right now, so if you want to talk about Warhammer stuff, I'm really excited about 9th edition, and I like posting pictures of my dog, so if you want to see my dog, great place to go.
There are a lot of pictures of his dog.
Speaking of dogs, Clover's dog shrank.
Yes, I have both. I am on Instagram as Clover B Cosplay, and I am on Twitter as Clover B with 3 E's. And then when things aren't falling apart in the world, I am at most gaming conventions with Armor Class 10.
Yeah. Best t-shirt sponsor ever.
Thanks, buddy.
And then where are we going to find you, Christopher?
You can find all of our stuff at ninthlevel.com. Coming up in the next couple of weeks, where you can find us is at the Origins Online Convention. We're running a couple of
Very cool.
role-playing games for that. And we're going to start doing some curated gameplay that people can pay to have a certified game master run games for them. So that's some exciting stuff that's coming up. And you can always find us on Twitter at 9th Level Games or at All Hail King Tour, which is my personal address.
And you guys all know me. I'm at Bryan C.P. Steele on everything but TikTok. On TikTok, I'm at The Professional Nerd. Other than that, it was a great game, guys. Can't wait to get us deeper into this awful mystery. Bully, 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 bully.
Oh, we're gonna push that. We're gonna push that Loxodon off into space. I can definitely see it coming.
But you guys were worried that he might be the cartographer.
He probably is, which is the bad part.
Whatever will you do if he has to be your best friend?
Push him into space.
Mind wipe him. Just mind wipe him.
Disable audio.
All right, you guys take it easy. Be safe out there, and we'll see you soon.